investors, analysts, and economists, and everyone else.
Coming up, Apple is planning its big returns, artificial intelligence, the details on the company's ambitious slate of new products. That conversation coming up next. This is Open Interest.
It's a countdown to the market open, and we bring you the first trade across Europe.
It's important stories and all time for big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Doug Johnson.
I'm Preeti Gupta, and I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes every day.
I think with the new World Beyond, it means that there will be regional clusters of excellence, there will be regional clusters of great companies. And so it's okay to be number two, because you could be number two in every single region and still command that premium. Because today we talk about AI, we talk about data, we talk about processes that's going to be very specific to industries, specific to countries, specific to regional challenges that needs to be built and addressed. And therefore, the good of it is that now it's not just going for the one company and overpaying for that company until the returns go to zero. It's actually about finding regional champions, which could also be huge category units for us as funds. As well. And I think it's actually good for the world to have multiple pots of excellence that can be localized to its own niche.
Ja, gull bør gå på de tallene som kommer neste år.
Bringing you up to the minute global news.
De gjorde det natt også. Det gikk jo opp til 75 i natt. Og så strekker det seg alltid på morgenkvistene. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor de gjør det. De gikk opp til 75 i natt i hvert fall. De gikk opp til 75. Og det inflasjonstallet som kommer nå, PPI-tallet, altså Producer Price Index, det forteller dere en ting. Jeg skal fortelle dere hva det betyr for noe. Det betyr at produksjonsprisindeksen stiger før retail får den. Det er de her som leverer produktene. Så når Donald Trump sier at vi syr ikke inflasjonen på tallene, det så du akkurat nå. Og det kommer det til å bli prat om i hele dag. Det som skjedde nå.
Look what's making headlines around them bode well for existing shareholders. And Apple is planning its AI comeback featuring a host of new...
Og nå fant vi også ut hvorfor Apple har gått hver dag nå. De skal gjøre comeback med AI. Det vil si, de skal prøve å gjøre Siri mer AI-vennlig, holdt jeg på å si. Det betyr at de ikke har gjort det. Det betyr ikke at de har fått det til. Det betyr at de har sagt at de skal gjøre det. Så at Apple har gått opp nå 15% på 3 dager på grunn av det, det er så dumt at det går lenge. De inflasjonstallene her nå kommer man i hvert fall ikke unna. Du kan si at det er ikke samme som CPI-tallene, PPI-tallene, men dette er liksom før CPI-tallene, kan du si da.
Yeah, I don't think it's a long-term.
Jo, du kan få et dipp, for folk skjønner jo ikke hva tall er for noe. Du kan være heldig at den kommer litt ned. Men hvis du vet hva du driver med, så kjøper du gull nå, liksom. Du selger ikke gull. Men det er mange som ser bare på teknisk, og så ser de, faen, gull går ikke gjennom 62, selv på 62, gull sliter på 50, selv på 50, så får de intervallene hele tiden. Sant? For de vet ikke makro, de vet ingenting. De bare ser på motstand. Ikke sant? Support resistance og momentum, det er det eneste de ser på. Så du kan være heldig å få ned. Men de som har peiling og vet liksom hva som skjer i markedet nå, de kommer til å hamstre gull. De kommer ikke til å selge gull. Ikke på inflasjonstallene som går nå. Glem det. Det eneste som kan skje nå er at det blir litt i tvil på rentekutt. Så kan det være med å styrke dollaren noe, som kan være med på å gjøre at gull kan få en sånn liten knekk, kanskje bitte litt. Det er det eneste. Men det er hvis du sover i timen, ikke forstår en dritt. Det jeg går og venter på er at Nasdaq skal knekke. Det er det jeg går og venter på.
You know, these voice assistants, these AI projects, at their very core are large language models.
Det som er litt spesielt nå er det at Apple har opp 15% for at de skal gi gass på AI. Tenk hvis de ikke får det til da. Hva skjer da? Skal det ned 15% da, eller? Det er så dumt. Ja, da popper Alex. Det er Siri, liksom.
My belief is the sooner that Apple abandons its models and goes to third-party models that are obviously extraordinarily proven. That's why we've been talking about AI for the last 3 years, right?
Nå kommer gull til å gå sikkert når folk skjønner at å faen, inflasjonstall.
You know, most customers, they don't care how the technology works. They just want it to work. And so that's what Apple's getting very close look at right now.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I want to talk about the other portion of this bill that you put out.
Og så begynner jeg, hva betyr inflasjon? Nei, du må kjøpe krypto. Det er jo litt sånn om dagen nå, da. Det er sånn, det kom dritdårlig tall. Nei, men vi må vente på hva Trump sier. Ok, greit. Kanskje, ok. Kommer Trump til å si, beautiful data, beautiful data, beautiful data. Men fra spøk til alle, de tallene var helt katastrofe, de som nettopp kom. Stikk i strid med CPI-tallene.
These speaker products don't seem to products everyone. Yeah, certainly not the one from Apple. That would be greatly helped if they develop a better Siri. And frankly, for me, I would be happy if Siri just used ChatGPT. I don't care who provides the LLM as long as it's her voice on the Apple products. The other really interesting thing is blood oxygen tracker coming back, and if they can track the blood pressure issue on watches, like you're a Garmin gal, I know. But I imagine if Apple would come out with a watch that tracks your blood pressure as well as your blood oxygen, we might be tempted to switch over.
Well, we have some breaking news. I think Mark is back with us. And Mark, let's talk a little bit more about blood, because news coming out this morning, Apple introducing a redesigned blood oxygen feature for some Apple Watch series out there. What does this mean for Apple overall in the entire landscape of their product universe?
So here's the story. 2 years ago, Apple was sued by a company called Losimo over patents related to blood oxygen saturation. Apple, a few years ago, launched the blood oxygen app for its Apple Watches in the US and elsewhere. The US Customs Agency made Apple pull the feature at the end of 2023 from new models sold in the US. So what Apple is doing now, because of a new US Customs ruling this week, is a workaround. The sensors will be able to capture that blood oxygen data, and you'll now be able to read that on your iPhone. So the Apple Watch blood oxygen app is still not going to work, but at least you're going to get that data. So it's a clever workaround, and it's very important. In less than 1 month from now, Apple will be introducing the new Apple Watch models, a new Series 11, new low-end SE Apple Watches, and a third-generation Apple Watch Ultra. And now they're going to be able to market those watches as including blood oxygen in the U.S. for the first time in 2 years. So this is a huge and significant development for Apple's health efforts in the U.S.
Mark, when will they be able to give us blood pressure readouts from the Apple Watch?
You know, they've been working on that for some time. They've targeted 2024, they've targeted 2025. There have been some regulatory issues, patent issues, measurement issues. You know, we had a story this morning out about Whoop. Either of you use a Whoop, those are those screenless but very popular wearable devices that have been out for quite some time. They added a blood pressure tracking feature actually in May. The FDA sent them a letter a few weeks ago saying, this does not qualify. Your watch is not regulated. You can't do this. We put out an article this morning saying Whoop is refusing to remove the feature. So there are a lot of regulatory concerns when it comes to blood pressure on the wrist, and I think Apple's still trying to figure that out. But in a little bit under a month, we'll see if they end up getting into market this year.
Got it. Really cool stuff. Mark, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman talking to us about the Apple promises. We'll see if they deliver. Coming up, New York Lights, Lauren.
Hva med Coop i dag, da?
That's the question that you asked.
Jeg skal begynne å snakke om aksjer. Det var egentlig denne uka, men jeg gjør det til neste uke. Dere har tjent penger på Coa nå, da. De har gjort det. Dere kommer til å gjøre så mye penger på Coa at dere... Ja.
Impacting the region. In business, politics, and ask the question, what's next?
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Det er ikke så jævlig kult å prate om aksjer på TikTok sånn hele tiden når jeg blir rapportert kontoer, falske brukere. Det er liksom noe hele tiden, liksom. Så jeg er jo redd for å legge ut ting. Jeg vet ikke hvor mange anmeldelser jeg har fått om meg. Det er ikke noe kult.
Laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars, Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
Politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde.
Nå bør Nasdaq dette, altså. Det her må være nok grunn. Jeg er opp mye på måneden, altså. På måneden så er jeg opp dette her, tross tap. Jeg sitter og baller på en Nasdaq, da.
Cutting interest rates is going to solve these problems. All cutting interest rates are going to do is try to inject what we have with steroids, and it's just going to produce more inflation.
Coach Jim Bianco of Bianco Research speaking on interest rates and inflation. Let's keep that conversation going now with New York Life Investments economist and chief market strategist Lauren Goodwin. Lauren, great to have you with us. I want you to put on your economist hat right now because we need to talk about PPI coming in hot at 8:30 this morning, seeming to suggest that companies are passing along higher input costs related to tariffs, import costs, that is. We didn't see that necessarily in the CPI. When do we actually start to see that show up?
Well, good morning, Katie, and hi to Matt as well. Thanks so much for having me on what is turning out to be a fascinating macro day. This PPI data, I don't see it as necessarily mistimed CPI data. I think we were already beginning to see the impacts of these higher producer prices in the consumer prices we saw on Tuesday. And the reason I say that is that investors have gotten used to the idea of thinking about tariff impacts related to goods. What we saw on Tuesday was stickier prices and services, especially related to areas of medical services and transportation.
Så droppa gull med $7.
Today in the PPI data, trade, warehousing, really everything except for energy is seeing pretty significant cost pressures as a result of trade and tariffs. So I think these price increases are already here. And probably most importantly, it's going to be difficult to assess what we maybe would have relied on. How does trade impact goods relative to how does the economic cycle impact things like services? We are seeing trade impact both sides of the data here.
Lauren, I gotta ask you about Scott Besson's comments yesterday on surveillance that any model shows that Fed funds rate should be lower by 150 to 175 basis points. John Authers today says this is breathtaking. He says that with current effective Fed funds rate at 4.3%, Besson is suggesting it should be around 2.6. Over the past 70 years, the rate has never been that low, with inflation as high as it currently is. Yeah, of course,
Kjøpt ut mer av nå.
It's such an interesting interview. And when it comes to the neutral Fed funds rate, it's a matter of hot debate among economists, really any time in the economic cycle, but times like these are so much more interesting. I think regardless of where inflation is today, we have to think of the neutral rate related to.
You know, let's pick it up on the other side of this break because we have the opening bell coming up.
Det blir spennende å se om Nasdaq faller under 23.007 da. Da kan vi få et skikkelig fall her. Jeg gjorde jo litt gevinst nå på Nasdaq-shortene fra i går. Ett minutt til åpning. $23,700 stoppa Nasdaq på kornet.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Here, open interest.
Every trading day,
Unbelievable.
10 sekunder til åpning. Dollaren styrker seg noe mot euro. Det er sikkert på grunn av de tror at de ikke kan. Sikkert folk som spekulerer at de tallene var så dårlige at det blir kanskje ikke rentekutt.
The Russell taking the biggest hit, right? Because they're the most worried, those small caps, about cuts. They want to see 50 for sure, and 25 maybe a disappointment for them. You have he's trying to whistle, which is cool. I hope that actually works. This is like a Miami stock exchange kind of thing. It was the New York Stock Exchange. That's a little bit weird. I'm going to dig deeper into that. And then you have Dominati Holdings ringing the bell at the NASDAQ. It really doesn't matter because we're watching what happens to stocks when inflation finally comes in hot and a little bit of disappointment.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Deere. Deere falling after turning its outlook as customers remain cautious. You also have those lower grain prices preventing farmers from spending. Deere, you add them all together, Deere is down 6% at the open bell. This is disappointing because this is a company that has been building a bit of a rebound year to date, up about 22%. Here yesterday's close falling 2 tepid years in the stock market, but coming a little bit closer back to earth right now.
I love the word tepid. I'm going to use that for Cisco's guidance as well on AI progress. The company came out with earnings, actually some pretty strong numbers, but the outlook concerns the market. It also assumes that current tariffs remain in place through the end of 2026, and you know what it means to assume, right?
Yeah. I won't say it here, but yes.
I think you probably could, but I won't either. We're back with New York Life investments economist and chief market strategist Lauren Goodwin. And Lauren, sorry to cut you off into the break because the big news of the day is the PPI. The big news of the day.
Gull hoppa opp med $5. Burde gå mye ned, da. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor han gikk ned først. Jeg tror folk bare tenker ikke rentekutt. Dollaren styrker seg. Bare tull. Det burde gå mye mer. Jeg er i penger nå, men det burde gå mye mer.
Closer to 3.5, maybe 375. So let's call it 75 basis points lower than it is today. And that's a function of several things. We've seen a major development in the economy related to artificial intelligence that's making the investment cycle much more capital intensive. And that's only reinforced by some of the longer term structural themes related to climate resilience, infrastructure, some of the spending that's happening globally. And so this is an environment where governments, while they're trying to spend less, are going to be forced to spend more on rehashing their economic and physical security. That's an environment where I expect the neutral rate is a little bit higher than what we're hearing from policymakers today.
Let's talk about how to invest around that, starting very broad. You mentioned that countries are going to have to spend more to maybe boost their economies a little bit more. Are those the countries that you want to be investing in?
We're taking a very asset allocation broad approach when it comes to investment strategy right now, because with valuations where they are, especially in the US, I think you have to be patient, and I think that you have to be transition oriented. And so as we think about, let's start with the international story, the way you asked, there are different benefits, let's say, of the strengths of different countries in an environment like this. Technology is still a major strength of the United States and a source of reliable earnings for investors in U.S. equities. And so we see the growth equity in the U.S. as being particularly beneficial. If you look at Europe, it's a completely different story. Faster interest rate cutting cycle, benefiting cyclical sectors like financials and industrials, where those countries tend to be stronger and more entrenched. So we're actually seeing value equities performing much better there. And so taking a global approach like that, we think is prudent for not just diversifying, but also capturing areas of the cycle that are transition oriented the way that we think is intelligent.
You know, we had an NY Pulse survey yesterday that showed Number one, markets love that Trump is trying to push rates down, and they don't care if he just puts a yes man in the seat, and that's how it works. And number two, markets think that the U.S. the rest of the
Nasdaq gikk opp med 80 poeng. Apple gikk rett til grønt igjen. Amazon opp 2%.
Which may be good for our exports, but is going to be great for international stocks. Is that spot on?
It's part of the story. Dollar depreciation does help the earnings in US dollar terms that come back to US multinationals. I think it's one of the reasons why we see a little bit of buoyancy in US earnings this quarter or in Q2 relative to what we might have expected. But getting to the first point that you mentioned related to markets wanting the policy rate to move lower. In the near term, I expect that that's the case. We tend to see markets perform better when short-term interest rates move lower. But a big part of that story is many years, even decades, where Fed credibility hasn't particularly been in question. And it isn't in question yet. But if I think we saw political pressure related to policy interest rates, we may actually see long-term interest rates move higher. And the reason I say that is that inflation expectations for markets anger is something that hasn't been much of a problem in this cycle, but could become a problem in the case of political interference. Then your things like mortgage rates, business borrowing rates actually move higher even as the policy rates moving lower. I don't think that's what the markets want to see.
It's interesting, that point that you're making, that if we start to see that political influence on the pressure long end rates higher, I hear that as part of the logic for why some folks here like steeper trades. So let's talk about the first front of that trade. What's going on at the short end? It feels like people are just continuing to pile into shorter dated bonds, including paper, including the likes of money market funds. It just seems like that is a trend that will not be broken long.
So one of the reasons why I see this trend persisting has less to do with what's happening in the short end of the curve.
Amazon opp 2,5%.
It's really about risk. See investors that with valuation, facing valuations and equities that are high, that might be looking to build some resilience. But where we like to be is staying invested in bonds. But there too, there's only the short duration that makes sense. Again, less about interest rates and more about something about.
Gull burde gå og røre på seg nå, hvert øyeblikk.
We are not concerned about a meaningful uptick in the default rate. Might be concerned about credit spreads widening. But when it comes to the ability of these companies to pay their debt, to pay coupon, I'm not concerned about that. And that's an interesting income generation opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though the spread's super tight right now, we're happy with their
Der, ja. Kom igjen.
Meanwhile, we're just about 7 minutes into this trading day, so let's get a check on the stock market. Only down about 0.2% on the S&P 500. But what's interesting here is that breadth is super bad right now. You only have 66 names in the green, well over 400 in the red right now. The companies that are trying to move higher today, you have Amazon, Apple, Netflix in the gainer seat, but very small moves overall. Take a look at the downside. This is where things really get interesting. NVIDIA, lower by just 0.5%, but this company is so big that that is the biggest weight on the index. Deere, we know that they delivered some pretty disappointing earnings. You can see that reflected in the move today. Tesla, Meta, Home Depot, Tapestry, the list goes on. So this bad breath, you're going to see when we look at sectors as well. You have one lone gainer today, that is consumer discretionary, but take a look at all this spread. Right down at the bottom, industrials, real estate, and materials fighting for the biggest loser today. Materials currently in that position, down over 1% level.
All right, so some pretty decided moves to the downside coming, I will repeat though, from an all-time high until yesterday. When we come back, we're going to talk about bullish, speaking of, extending gains as the crypto industry celebrates another stellar IPO and Bitcoin at $125,000. This is open interest.
back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics. And I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
Can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Nvidia henter seg med 0,5% nå. Amazon opp 2,5%. Gull pusher videre oppover nå. Nasdaq bør falle på den dritten her. 400 av selskapene på Nasdaq er rødt. Det er bare noen få AI-selskaper som er opp. Altså 400 på S&P, ikke på Nasdaq. 400 på S&P. 400 der er rødt. 66 er grønt, og de andre var ikke noen greier på.
Global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
Same fashion, there are and are.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's take a look at this stock market right now. The S&P 500 down less than 0.3%. We were down more when it came to the pre-market in reaction to that hot PPI data, but you can see that this is a market that wants to go green, and we're just about at record highs. The Nasdaq 100 a little bit closer to positive territory right now, but the small caps really in the hurt block, and the Russell 2000 down about 1.3%. As Matt said at 9:30, this is an area of the market that really wants to see rate cuts. So some enthusiasm really coming out of the little guys this morning. But let's get to our top calls. So the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Bank of America upgrading Dow Chemical to neutral, saying that the current setup is clearly more favorable after recent declines. We can see shows out a little bit this morning. Next up, Argus downgrading eBay to hold. The analysts see limited upside after gaining 30% since its last earnings report, down about 2%. And finally, we have Baird upgrading CVS Health to outperform, growing increasingly confident in the company's turnaround strategy. Shares up a little bit this morning.
All right, CVS up 1% this morning. In a down market, so that does mean something. Let's turn to crypto.
DNB har ikke peiling.
Not everybody knows that this is a company that operates its game catering to the
DNB må holde seg til eiendom. Så må du bare ligge under aksjer.
future of finance is on the blockchain. It is related to crypto. Coindesk, they have $2 billion worth of Bitcoin at the balance sheet, but really kind of broader approach trying to lean into kind of the institutionalization of cryptocurrencies and transactions.
It's a really interesting distinction because you have to imagine that the crypto retail space is pretty crowded at this point, but institutions, maybe there's some white space there still left. Talk to us a little bit about how this IPO was received. Clearly, there was a one-day top, and you can see it continuing this morning.
Yeah, there was a lot of excitement. I mean, from the
Jeg trodde faen vi skulle få en knekk på Nasdaq, ja. 66 selskaper her i rødt. Nei, på S&P, som er altså basically Nasdaq, da. Jeg trodde faen vi skulle komme ned på Nasdaq, og mye i tallene. Og så bare går Amazon opp 2,5%. Helt sjukt. På de ræva tallene.
well, like pointing to their underwriters, but this is definitely an area that investors right now in the market that's going up the right direction. We're a bit off of it all.
Hvis vi ikke kommer ned nå, så betyr ikke makrotall en dritt. Da er det kun Trump som gjelder.
It seems to be the right time. I mean, yesterday, two of the president's children were at the NASDAQ ringing the bell for some crypto-related issue. And, you know, normally when the president's family tries to make money with other ventures, they hide it. Now they're coming out in the open. We've got this legislation that's come through for stable coins. As you mentioned, Bitcoin at an all-time high. Is this company just going to be an exchange? Do they make money on it? I know they own CoinDesk. Or is it going to be a Bitcoin treasury deal like Michael Saylor's strategy?
The company CEO said, for all intents and purposes, they, by definition, are a Bitcoin treasury company, but they have no intention to sell shares, sell convertible debt, a la Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, now known as Strategy. They want to really be a part of the institutionalization of Bitcoin. So they are talking about, you know, having these indexes that maybe can lump together the top 10, 50, 100 tokens and being kind of an exchange in that, a la MSCI, kind of trying to partner with some of the more traditional financial institutions and trying to bring it more broad as it relates to their exchange business. Talking with the CEO, they didn't rule out the fact that they now, as a public company, will have more currency, whether that's selling shares or selling debt instruments, to be accretive in terms of striking.
Nasdaq har gått til grønt.
Right now, of course, the CEO wants to focus on organic growth, and they see a lot of blank space going forward. But as you mentioned, a number of companies in the crypto space leading into that trade, leading into the enthusiasm around it. And it does seem like, at least as it relates to the convertible story, investors can't get enough of these convertible instruments, these preferred shares coming from Michael Saylor's strategy. Other companies kind of need to recreate that.
All right, Bailey, thanks very much. Bailey Lipfeld's talking to us about the IPO of Bullish and really the rise of crypto behind it. Coming up, we're going to talk about a number of heavy hitters in the semiconductor space. They report back to the bell, and we'll take a look ahead with Tanner Fitzgerald's CJ News. This is Open Interest.
Bring you up to the minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Andrew Holder in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
One of the biggest names in business to Bloomberg Television.
The right question. I so appreciate that question. He's going to ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television, top experts, great questions.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in the economic conversation. Upfront, thanks, man.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time. helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas from Wall Street,
It's the morning code you actually want to follow.
separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The multi-trillion-dollar industry will show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're going to check out what happened to stocks after the PPI number came out hot. You do see a bit of a drop here. It's not really that sizable. We're still at 64.56 on the S&P after closing at a record high yesterday. The NASDAQ right now is unchanged. The Russell 2000, the small caps and the mid caps faring the worst because they're the ones that need rate cuts the most. But we're still pricing in almost one full cut in September if you look at WIR, if you go in the terminal. NVIDIA is up 0.25%. We're going to talk about chips with CJ Muse in just a second. And Apple, after its news yesterday, although that did come out before the opening bell, also getting a bit of a boost here in a down market. You had disappointment with JD.com. Deere, a bigger disappointment, down almost 7%. Cisco had a tepid outlook, and the shares are tepid today. And then AMAT right now down 1%. Let's talk about some chip makers after that.
Yeah, let's do that. And we have a great guest to do that with. Andrew Fitzgerald, semiconductor analyst, joins us now, CJ Muse. And CJ, let's start with Applied Materials. That is obviously a big company coming after the bell. Interesting to hear a little bit about the numbers themselves. Also, they recently announced a $200 million investment in Arizona. What's your expectation for what we hear from the executives on the call?
Yeah, good morning, Katie. Thank you for having me. I think for Applied Materials, they'll echo
Nasdaq gikk opp med 160 poeng takket være Amazon. Gull stoppet helt opp.
the October quarter guidance. The real positive catalyst to look for are signs of pickup in their Samsung business, which I think will absolutely occur, but I think visibility into that might be a bit early now. So, I think that tonight's report will be, in line with kind of high side expectations, which, will be good enough given the current valuation.
CJ, we saw, I know this isn't necessarily chips, but we saw kind of a tepid outlook from Cisco in terms of the AI investment, and I always think back to how much they spent to lay fiber down in the .com bubble, and then burst. Do you see any of that, over-investment, over-hype in AI right now leading to problems down the road, or are we going to see a return on investment from this stuff?
I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. I'd say that, some of their peers like the Momentum put up big numbers. And so I think it might be just timing-wise from a Cisco perspective. And then if you take a big picture view on AI, I think you're seeing, real signs of positive returns on investments, whether OpenAI and kind of the revenues that they're starting to talk about, as well as, the big hyperscalers and even kind of sovereign enterprise and some of the folks who are looking at utilizing digital twins, Omniverse, as they build out factories. So I think it's there, and I would also say that I think we're still early, in the build plan, right? So when we look at NVIDIA reporting next week, they told us that from wafer in to rack out takes 12 months, and so between that and the new product plan.
De vil shorte Nasdaq her oppe. Gull burde gå rett opp. Tar litt mer gevinst på Nasdaq. Nei, ikke en. Litt mer ned.
To see that the Trump administration plans to take 15% of the revenue that NVIDIA makes, and AMD for that matter, when it comes to Chinese chip sales. You didn't see too much of a reaction either way when it came to NVIDIA shares. I wonder how you are factoring this into how you're thinking about the company, because we know that NVIDIA obviously really China is a very important market.
Yeah, no, so a lot of that there as well. So, I think number one is first order effect. China's completely de-risked from the model, and therefore, any business there is just upside. I think the second order is that, half the world's AI engineers are in China. And I think the recent pivot in terms of re-granting licenses for the H20 and for AMD's product is a very positive sign, something I absolutely agree with in that we want the world to standardize on a U.S. platform. And I think the alternative in terms of standardizing Huawei is not something that we want. In terms of, potentially paying an export duty of 15%, I'll let other legal minds discuss truly something that we can do. But more importantly, I think that the concern I have is the impact on China government and their willingness to allow their customers to purchase.
Absolutely, CJ. That's a great point. Running up against a hard break. We got to say goodbye. Really appreciate your time. CJ Muse there. Tanner Fitzgerald is.
It's to expand reach of fiber. We cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where the world is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to have more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network. We that's what we're making do is driving down because of its time and providing the capacity to serve the demand of the business.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
Well, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. It's a critical goods of service, and we have other confidence demand what we're doing. A little bit harder and more challenging economic environment if that ends up being the case, of course. But when we're investing at record levels, slight moderations of that kind of allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I really confident we're going to work on.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Reverse America.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. Michael McKean, keep your eye out.
Nvidia hoppa opp med 0,5% der.
The storm Erin is getting stronger as it moves closer to the east coast. Meteorologist Craig Allen is keeping an eye out.
There is good consensus that the storm will turn northwest and then north and run through the area between the east coast of the United States and Bermuda.
Craig says it could become a major hurricane in the next day or two. So landfall in the states is not likely. The American Meteorological Society has just released its annual State of Climate update. CBS's Michael Toscano.
The report shows 2024 Shepherd referenced the high greenhouse gas levels, global high temperatures, higher sea levels, and higher ocean heat. Bound seals, American Meteorological Society President Select says the numbers shown in prices have been thoroughly validated. Nearly 60 countries, data assessed by over 580 climatologists, meteorologists, that the trends of a warming planet on almost every measure are continuing.
Sue and Jim Dolan were in their townhouse in Gloucester, Massachusetts, when they heard a loud noise.
We heard this bang, this pow, and I jumped up and I said, what the heck was that?
Sue, he drew a conclusion.
There's no way a rock could have splashed off or come from anywhere else, so it must be a meteor.
A lot of geophysicists think so too. Talking about strange-looking rocks that smell like sulfur on their deck. They were undergoing further testing. Down now, 170 points. This is CBS News. New research suggests human evolution could take place on a linear timeline.
Cheap fossils from 2.8 million years ago found in Ethiopia suggest two of our ancestors lived alongside each other. Some were from the genus we modern humans belong to. Others were from the group Australopithecus, which the famous Lucy fossil came from. Arizona State University professor Cambridge.
That shows that evolution doesn't go this species, then this species, then this species. And I think that's very important.
Researchers now want to learn whether the different groups shared resources or fought to lead to one's extinction. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A man arrested for hurling a hoagie at a federal law enforcement agent in Washington, D.C. is now facing more serious consequences. U.S. Attorney Jimmy Pirro
Took a Subway sandwich about this big and took it and threw it at the officer. He thought it was funny. Well, it doesn't think it's funny to him because we charge it with assault on a police officer.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real performance is in the U.S. corporate high flows. You have two big-time blue chip companies. One person's gas and another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a death spiral.
Full-time computing and AI are going to power the
Det er dollaren som går rett opp her nå, for de tror at det ikke blir antageligvis rentekkutt, og at inflasjonen var alt for høy. Jeg tror det er det der. Det er ikke noe annet som gir mening. Så man skal kjøpe her. Jeg vet ikke når det er riktig å kjøpe, men det blir i hvert fall det som skjer nå. Du ser dollaren styrker seg her, euroen tanker seg mot dollar. Jeg kjøpte litt mer her nå.
Brian Jacobson, chief economist at Action Wealth Management, forget his market policy is kind of here, changing potential Fed cuts going forward this year. Then Matt Shelton, he's the Bloomberg Intelligence Media Litigation Talking about those export tariffs on.
Euro-dollar er på 1,64. Vi har falt fra 1,7.
Let's kick it all off with Charlie Pell. I think we're Paul Sweeney right now, Cisco shares, they are down now by just about 0.4%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around the clock. Equities lower across the board right now. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. PPI Thursday, with the S&P right now down 64.59. The Bronx Home Run 10.1%. Down around 77. The Black there at 2.
Se dollaren da.
Interestingly, on the down day for the rest of the market, our Mag 7 index is pitching higher. Right now, that index up by the way, up 0.3%. 10-year at 4.25% with a 2-year at 3.71%. Gold down 0.6%, living 35 counts, and West Texas Intermediate up 1.3%, 63.45 an ounce. Another more Bitcoin low now by 3.8%, $118,200 on Bitcoin. As for the market backdrop, Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at UA Wealth. She was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
This market continues to just power on, and we think it's driven by two key things. The first one being that liquidity remains very abundant. And the second thing is that earnings estimates are going up. Risk assets love it when earnings estimates and growth estimates are going up.
And Dawson, the UA Wealth interviewed on surveillance. There's more of that conversation on the surveillance podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Cisco Systems down 0.2% right now. Lower after.
Nå droppa Nvidia ganske mye her. Bare ramla med 0,5%. Nå gikk plutselig Apple i rødt. Nå gikk plutselig alt i rødt her. Nå begynner dollaren å svekke seg. Jeg tror ikke folk helt får bestemt seg på de inflasjonstallene. Gull i hvert fall bør gå opp på det. Men jeg tror ikke dollaren skal styrke seg så jævla, altså. Det blir i hvert fall ikke noe rentehaik.
Center here for the market to Charlie. So you can put a red on this. Let's take a look at some of the stocks that are on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Lisa Mateo.
Yeah, first on my radar today is Tapestry. They are the worst performing stock in S&P
Så bare hente meg noe å drikke. Jeg er long gull, som dere vet. Short Nasdaq. Da er jeg tilbake. Gull hentet seg inn med $10 her i hvert fall. Burde gå mye mer. Hvorfor han falt? For det er bare folk spekulerte at det ikke ble rentekutt på grunn av inflasjonstallene var høye.
If a lawsuit were to be filed, who would do it? What entity would do that?
Yeah, so that's a great question.
Nasdaqen den gikk jo opp igjen med 180 poeng, tok en 360. Og det er basically Nvidia, Microsoft og Amazon som dro opp den. Det er de samme aksjene hver dag, for så vidt.
Precedent that goes forward after these particular deals. You can also envision shareholders of the companies who are upset about the company agreeing to something that might be inconsistent with federal law, potentially filing lawsuits as well.
And when we keep saying if this were to happen, yes, what would be the timeline for something like this?
Yeah, so it's hard to say exactly. We haven't seen the final agreements here between NVIDIA and AMD. Just a couple of days ago, the White House said that the Commerce Department was still exploring the legality of how to do this, probably because they're looking at this precise statute we're talking about.
Nvidia har gått opp med 1% fra low. Gull går videre oppover. Nå begynner dollaren å svekke seg.
Injunction trying to stop the imposition of these taxes could be litigated out through the court system from there.
But I mean, to be clear, these were agreed to by the companies and government. I guess the companies mad. The companies are just saying, "Hey, this is just the cost to do business in this country with this administration." Is that kind of what you got?
That's exactly it. And I think there were hurdles to these companies suing for that reason. I suspect these agreements are going to include waivers of their particular right to sue. And it's better to access these markets than to not access the markets at all, even if it comes at a 15% price tag.
Now, this whole deal, it starts to fuel some concern that the government could charge companies for a range of business activities with other countries. I mean, is that a viable concern? And then what questions could that bring up in the meantime?
Yeah, that is really, I think, the big question here is this a one-off, or is this how this administration is going to operate for all exports going forward? And if it's the latter, I think that raises much bigger concern. Usually, you would look to Congress to set the standards here, and there is, as I said, a statute that says no fees for the processing of these export licenses. And so, in a typical world, you would see Congress, explore maybe setting the legality of something like this. But right now, we have a law from 7 years ago that may or may not be challenged.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for joining us. You're the expert on this stuff, and we appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Matt Shelton, media litigation analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, does not carry cash. Now, a few years ago, I got up here to see some clients in New York. We stopped, we have time to kill, so we said, let's go get a bottle of water. So we go in, and I go to the little dude on the corner, $1 per bottle of water.
Okay, so
Yeah, no cash.
I carry no cash.
Yeah, so these people are killing me. So we usually go to like Starbucks and pay $5 for a bottle of whiskey. It's like, I'll front you for the money. So there you go. Matt Chetnell, he does it all for us on the litigation side. We appreciate this time there. So anyway, but that's just how the kids roll. Looking at the markets here, still a little bit of red and green on the screen. Yeah, NASDAQ actually turning a little bit positive there. So that's good. Woo Jin Ho's coming up. He's a Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst. He's going to help us recap those Cisco earnings here. So we get a look at that on big tech, and is the AI story still intact? We're looking at Bitcoin. We've been off here today, off about 3% here. We're back to Tom Kino, that 119,000 for cryptocurrency. And for Alex Steele, WTI crude oil, it's up about 1%, just still $63 per ounce. And the dollar index is a little bit. This is The company recognized about $1 billion in AI revenue in fiscal 2025. And I guess AI infrastructure orders from large cloud providers were over 800 million a quarter. So where do we think these numbers can go?
Yeah, Paul, they forecasted $1 billion in orders for fiscal 25. They doubled that in fiscal 26, recognizing those numbers this year. I wouldn't be surprised if AI revenue grow at least another 50% from here. And they're penetrating multiple pockets, but not only into the cloud, but think about the longer term. When enterprise adoption really starts kicking in, there is going to be a growth driver. So we have to see where it'll be in 26 and 27 when enterprise grows, but the partnership with NVIDIA should be
De tallene kom, mye høyere inflasjon. Men det som skjer nå er at dollaren har styrket seg, for da tror man at det ikke blir rentekutt. Av en eller annen grunn. For inflasjonen er alt for høy, stikk i strid med hva Trump har sagt. Da får du litt rare bevegelser her. Først så kom det rett ned, for det er dritdårlig tall, og så går det rett opp igjen, for det, jeg vet ikke hvorfor det går opp, jeg.
So, is it competitive? Yes, but there's one of the few.
Nasdaq hentet seg inn med 200 poeng. Amazon og Nvidia og Microsoft.
Like Cisco and saying just about the environment in terms of demand from their customers. Are they sensing waning demand or wavering demand to see how some of these tariffs or other economic policies may work out?
Sure. Cisco is one of the first hardware developers that came out. I will tell you from the numbers that I've seen on companies that I've reported, I've been spending about a lot of the more results that I have done. I went into the quarter with my mid-year Apple as being a little bit cautious. The results are coming better than I anticipated. The outlook is not coming better than I anticipated. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll have a better sense in a couple of weeks from now.
Did they talk about their guidance at all about the impact? You mentioned tariffs pretty well. Did they, the impact of tariffs? If so, like, did they intend how do they intend to lessen that impact of tariffs?
Cisco has been probably one of the better companies in terms of managing expectations of tariffs, as well as maneuvering the supply chain with the tariffs. So in terms of managing expectations, they embedded tariff impact in their guidance. And because tariffs came in a little bit lower than we had anticipated, that actually helped the EPS just a little bit. Going forward, all guidance includes the tariff impact. Now, the one thing I will add, we're still waiting for the semiconductor rulings related to Section 232. We'll see where it stands. If we do have a negative ruling there, that could not only affect Cisco's guidance and margins, but also the rest of the electronic space.
So looking at the stock, which Cisco that is, and it's up about 18% year to date, so certainly beating the market. And I look at the A&R function, I see 16 buys, 10 holds, and 1 sell. So kind of a little bit of a split out there on the street in terms of expectations. What do you think the bull case is for Cisco from these levels?
Yeah, bull case is fairly easy, Paul. Faster than 5% to 6% growth, driven by the product refresh cycle. Security as a main driver for Cisco, that's going to raise multiples, and it's going to raise multiples to
So Chuck Robbins, Cisco CEO, is going to be speaking with BT Bankers, Ed Love, and Karen Hyde just after 11 o'clock. So if you were in that room, what would you ask?
Yeah. What I would ask is, when does security start? Where it does affect the growth part. Security offers faster hardware growth as well as software growth, as well as a high margin recovery. So it's turning into security at the end.
Wujin, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Wujin Ho, Senior Technology Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us down there in Princeton, New Jersey. And that should be a really interesting conversation with Chuck Robbins from Cisco. And that'll go on 11 o'clock hours. So that's pretty cool. All right, I'm just looking here at the market here, and kind of not much happening here. We have that initial sell-off coming to PPI data, but then it's kind of come back. We've got S&P up a couple of points, down a couple of points, and NASDAQ up about 0.2%. So market's kind of stabilizing out here. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, the dollar getting a little bit of strength. Our dollar spot up about 0.2%.
And on the company news front, Peloton back in the news.
Oh, here we go.
They're talking about its biggest product upgrades in years in a bid to rejuvenate sales with refreshed hardware, new accessories, and artificial intelligence. So might you be upgrading the bike and the treadmill?
You have to, but they have to, I mean, they have to do something in order to get more people to get subscribers. I mean, they've been falling in that aspect. So you gotta up the game. There's a lot of competition out there.
Bike's just fine. It still works great.
But you need the AI add to it.
Chairman, I'm off. See a new bike in the office. So keep an eye out for that. Market moving news here. All right, we're going to have more coming up in this next hour. Lots happening here. Tony Halpin, team leader for the Russian economy and government coverage for Bloomberg News, give us the latest Russian big page story about the economy.
Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it's Mateo Paul Sweeney live here on Bloomberg Interactive Bloomberg Studio in Midtown Manhattan, streaming live on YouTube as well. As President Trump President Putin, get ready to meet in Alaska tomorrow. One of the topics will be sanctions. Very particularly on Russia. The question a lot of folks have is, do these sanctions we placed upon Russia and European allies have placed upon Russia, do they have any real impact on the economy? That's the subject of our Bloomberg Big Take story. And the answer is, yeah, kind of. So let's get into it. Tony Halpin, team leader for the Russian economy and government coverage at Bloomberg News. So talk to us, Tony. Are the sanctions that have been placed on Russia, what types of impacts are they having on the economy?
Good morning. Well, essentially they're accumulating over time the pressures on Russia's economy. So people have grown old, frankly, waiting for Russia's economy to collapse during this war. But you can see now, particularly this year, that growth has slowed in the economy. Russia's budget deficit is a record in July. Banks are showing the strains because the number of non-performing loans that they're given to companies and individuals is rising. So overall, you can feel that the Russian economy is not doing as well as it seemed to do in the first 2 years of the war. Russia's had record high interest rates for a period of 7 or 8 months towards the end of last year, the first half of this year. Those are beginning to ease now. But the impact has been considerable on anyone with any kind of floating rate debt.
So Tony, there's two ways this can go, right? The Kremlin can decide whether the war could continue or there could be a ceasefire. So what are the economic impacts of, let's say, the Kremlin were to decide to continue with the war?
Yes, I think it's important slightly to divorce the two issues between the military and the economy, because the Kremlin, Putin in particular, doesn't particularly make decisions on this basis. Putin has clear geopolitical aims, and from the Kremlin's point of view, it's the job of the economy simply to support those aims, however painful and however much damage is caused in doing so. But clearly, at some point, the economy does impact Russia's ability to make those decisions. So Putin is coming to the table actually quite confident in some ways, because his military is advancing in Ukraine, and he feels he has the upper hand on the battlefield. And Trump is approaching the talks pretty much viewing the threat of secondary sanctions, particularly on oil sales to countries that buy Russian oil, as the kind of weapon that allows him to leverage Putin to finally agree to a ceasefire, because the pressures are growing on Russia's economy, because its income from energy sales is going down. Energy accounts for about a third of Russia's government income. So what happens to the price of oil is pretty critical. So the two sides are approaching in many ways from different angles. Russia was coming to, from a military standpoint, the US is presenting the economic advantage of ability for Russia to stop the war. And in many ways, that's really the approach of the West all the way through, because they rely on sanctions and the pressure of sanctions to try to get Russia to stop its use of hard power, military power, because Europe and the US hasn't been willing to engage directly and try to prevent Putin from advancing on the land there.
Tony, is there any indication, any reporting that President Putin is facing or has faced or may face increasing pushback from his?
But there's always a threshold not to reach that it produces protests on the street from Russians. But I have to say, for many Russians, the war has actually been a boon, because to encourage people to sign up to join the army, Russia's had to offer really quite generous sign-up bonuses and salaries. And that money has trickled down to particularly families in provincial Russia, and it's been much better for them in terms of what they could have done during the peacetime economy. So in some areas of Russia. The war has been a little bit into itself when it comes to recruitment.
In the last minute we have, talk about the banks and what their role is in all of this.
Yeah, many of these banks are state-controlled, they're headed by people who are close allies of Vladimir Putin personally, and their job has been basically to bankroll the war effort. Defense industry companies that rely on loans in order to produce the material that the army needs, they can qualify for preferential loans that are much lower interest rates than are available on the commercial banking scene. And those rates are essentially locked in, even if they run into difficulties in being able to service those loans. The Bank of Russia has encouraged lenders to basically reschedule those loans rather than call them in. So they've had a very easy time of it in many ways because they've got access to preferential funding. They're somewhat insulated from the federal bankruptcy, right? And they've had really high levels of domestic demand to service.
Tony, thanks so much for reporting. Really appreciate it. Tony Halpin, team leader for Russian economy and government coverage for Bloomberg News. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
Is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance is within U.S. Bloomberg High Yield. These are two big-time blue chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view that the economy is slowing down. There is the possibility of a debt spiral.
Quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People just find everything intact.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Streaming on YouTube as well. Coming up in this hour, we'll check with Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. Bitcoin briefly touched on higher. We were down a little bit here, 119,000. We were at 124,000. What's going on there? So we'll check that out. We're also going to bring you the discussion of Chuck Robbins, Cisco CEO, speaking with Bloomberg anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde. We'll bring that to you live via simulcast with Bloomberg Television. First talk some Deere earnings. How's the U.S. farmer doing out there? Over here, it's pretty tough on the farmer. And Deere usually gives you some good feedback. Chris Ciolino, he's going to join us for Bloomberg Intelligence, senior U.S. machinery analyst. It's Thursday, which means we chat with Barry Reynolds. We have no idea what we're talking about, but I guarantee you it will be interesting because he's Barry Reynolds. We got a lot coming up this hour. We're also going to speak with Tom Gallagher, Miami International CEO. This is the crypto exchange that is going public here today. I think it's hot deal, so well oversubscribed. So we got a lot coming up, and we'll bring that to you in just a moment. Right now, let's go to Charlie Pellet for Bloomberg Business.
Hi, thank you very much. MIAX on that ticker for Miami International. We'll keep you updated as we get more information. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, we've got stocks trading mixed. We've got the S&P 500 index down a point, little change there. NASDAQ also little change, higher by 8 of 1/10 of 1%. While the Dow lower by 84, declining 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, so dropping 1.3%. 10-year 4.26%, the 2-year 3.72%. Gold down 0.5%, 33.39 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, 63.42 a barrel. Cisco Systems after earnings, at the head of the interview with Chuck Robbins, Cisco Systems down by 0.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet at that. It's Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, well, thank you so much. We appreciate that, of course. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. Paul Sweeney alongside Samantha Taylor. We're joined by Bloomberg's Karen, right? Keep running.
Yeah, the the first one that I'm looking at today is Coherent. This is ticker COHR. Shares are down 23% right now. This is on track for the worst days since August 2023 on a closing basis. Basically, what happened here is we have an earnings mover. So it's a semiconductor device company. It gave an outlook that underwhelmed analysts, and some pointed out seemed to imply an AI deceleration. Obviously, it's a buzzword. We, want to be seeing companies growing AI sales, growing, ROI from those business segments. The firm also said that it would sell its aerospace and defense business unit to Advent for $400 million, and this is to pay down debt.
All right, now Deere, the farmer's not doing so well, so that's Deere.
Yeah, so Deere, ticker DE, is also down today, currently down about 7.7%. This is the worst intraday drop since May 2022. Also an earnings mover, the company pared its full year earnings outlook. They said that lower grain prices are curbing farmer spending. They also pointed out that tariffs ate into profits, so seeing a negative impact there to the American farmer from this tariff.
Yeah, and again, yesterday on the television program, we spoke to a farmer out South Dakota, and when I asked him how's the farmer doing, he says it's tough out here. Commodity prices are down, so the prices of their crops are down, yet the costs are up. They said it's higher seed costs, higher labor costs, and higher interest rates, which is a drain for those folks who take on a lot of debt, which farmers tend to do, and fertilizer costs are up. So tough out there right now for the U.S. farmer. I think it's better that we see that a little bit in the year results. Tapestry.
Yeah, last one we're looking at, so Tapestry, ticker TPR. This is the owner of Coach and Kate Spades, your luxury handbags. It's down 14% right now, on track for the worst drop since April of this year. Its annual outlook just missed analyst forecasts. They also cited tariffs, saying that they're not seeing as much demand because of that. This also sort of signaled that Wall Street is maybe not factoring in tariffs as much to their sort of outlooks for Tapestry. So I think we might see a little bit of an adjustment of the analysts' estimates for this company.
So that's why Kate Spade. I like Kate Spade.
It's all about Coach lately. I mean, they said that on their call, that they're seeing really strong demand for these handbags. I think you can see that on the street, right? Like, people are excited about the Coach.
But I don't have the.
I don't know exactly. So I think it's just sort of the brand that's resonating, right now. You put Labubu's on a Coach, not on a Kate.
Oh, that's how you do it. What's on the bag chains? That's it.
Thank you so much, Carmen Ryan. She covers all the equities for reduced. Appreciate that. Bitcoin retreats from record highs after markets get volatility drilled up. Looking at Bitcoin here, it's 118,750, down about 3.4%. But in the last 24 hours, it did hit 124,000. So it is. You're going to cut rates. You're going to have the animal spirits like maybe yesterday. You buy the Bitcoin, and today you see the PPI data get a little nervous, make you pull back. That's called volatility. That's called crypto. It's called Bitcoin. Mike McClellan lives it. Senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, did I just call that kind of correctly for Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, the thing about Bitcoin is probably going to do well as long as the U.S. stock market keeps going up. So far, that's the case. It seems backing off the record high. It's becoming highly, I would say, leveraged at its levels. It's normal for that, and it's normal for high volatility. Right now, we're seeing a lot of high on speculation. But I'm here so far about 30%. Gold's up about 30%. The stock market's up about 10%. Typically, Bitcoin trades about 2 to 3 times the volatility of the stock market, so it should be up about 30% if the stock market's up 10%. But the thing is, it's a highly volatile at-risk asset, new store of value that's got a very high correlation to the stock market versus gold, which is known as negative or zero, but basically zero correlation to the stock market doing well. So I'm concerned that it's signaling it's a bit of a risk going on in the market. Also, remember it's August, and the VIX yesterday dropped from 14.5, the lowest on the year. That VIX picks up a little bit, we get back to some normal volatility. Bitcoin might be the first indicator to stop.
Hey, Mike, you gotta explain this for me. So what exactly is Bitcoin? Is it a commodity? Is it a currency? Is it a speculative asset? How would you categorize it?
I think it's all of the above. Digital gold is where I started getting really bullish with Bitcoin back, 5-6 years ago. But now I find it just a highly speculative digital asset. So the good thing to remember remember about Bitcoin is, in 2009, there was one cryptocurrency. Now, according to CoinMarketCap.com, there's 19 million of them. So there's an unlimited supply of these things. The key thing that's really been notable is delightful to see the Trump administration tilt from an antagonist to really understanding, well, this space is going to the dollar for its base layer, i.e. stablecoins or crypto dollars. They're pushing almost 300 billion now, and they all invest in treasury. So the technology is awesome. Tokenization is awesome. That's happening. But the key thing is we're in that speculative frenzy now, and it's how they relate to the stock market. I think what's one key fact. Like I mentioned, there's unlimited supply of cryptocurrency, and there's only 4 precious metals: gold, silver, platinum, and palladium. So I'm still kind of sticking with the rocks over here.
All right. So, what ongoing role are ETFs, Bitcoin ETFs, playing in the price performance of Bitcoin these days?
They are, I guess they're just really, a lot of income, a lot of demand, a lot of inflows, but a lot of it's just kind of catch up, because remember, we've been waiting for these ETFs for 10 years. When we launched that Bitcoin, Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index in 2018, the idea was someday it's going to be tracked by ETFs. You know, an index to track the space. Not just one, not just picking a winner. So massive inflows. The problem is, Paul, they're all expecting returns to be as good as they were in the past, and they're expecting the Bitcoin to beat the stock market, which it has. The key risk is it's basically leveraged stock market. The stock market goes up, Bitcoin should go up more. The problem is now it's becoming mature, volatility is declining, everybody's piling on. Have we seen this before? It reminds me of 1999 in internet stock.
Oh boy, I was there.
You would have been there, done that. So you mentioned volatility, Mike. So how does Bitcoin volatility compare to traditional commodities? I mean, does that change how investors treat it?
Well, I always compare the gold. So the Bitcoin to gold ratio, the ounces of Bitcoin, ounces of gold equal to 1 Bitcoin. Right now it's about 35 ounces. That's the same as when it first came in 2021. So that leading indicator is flat to out. It's a bit worried. And Bitcoin typically trades about 3 times the volatility gold. So that's what I really compare to. And so the thing is they're negatively correlated, but also it's been a good leading indicator. The thing is it's been stalled and lagging for a while. Like Bitcoin to gold ratio, I'm concerned it's not going to be a problem. So as we come towards the end of the year, this Bitcoin to gold ratio needs to go up. So it's telling us there's a problem. It's more likely to go down. And that's why I point out the volatility that's low in the stock market. And a record high, Bitcoin to gold, I think, is a good leading indicator. For now, I'm worried that's why I'm sticking with gold versus Bitcoin this year.
Hey, Mike, we heard from Deere today, and they called out that the U.S. farmers have been challenged there with the economics of the business. Yesterday, on this program, we spoke to a farmer in South Dakota who's got 3,500 acres, and he's got a big seed business, and he said the same thing. He said, you know, crop prices down, and his costs are higher, really putting a dent on profitability here. How do you view kind of the U.S. farmer these days, and what's the outlook, you know?
Well, you nailed it, Paul. Right now, it's the first thing to remember, superabundance is a wonderful thing. The only way for farmers really get out of this price decline is to create more and more crop. Right now, the 189 bushels, the latest estimate of U.S. corn production this year per acre, that's the highest ever. It's just the technology bringing on, we're bringing on so much supply, pressuring prices. The key question is where the prices bottom. I think corn's more likely to get it down to $3 a bushel and stay above 5. It has to get to that low price here. But it's not alone. Crude oil is doing the same. Natural gas is somewhere in there. The grains are in there. So they're all heading for those low prices here.
Mike, great stuff. As always, appreciate getting to meet your time. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist with Bloomberg Intelligence. He grew up on a farm in Illinois. He was back on the farm earlier this summer. So not only does he trade these commodities historically in Chicago and various other places, but now he writes stuff from a research perspective, but he lived it back in the day here. So he's gone from doing corn and soybeans to Bitcoin. I mean, somehow he's evolved.
How did you make that transition? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, and you can talk cattle, pigs, anything with them. You know, I occasionally will do a pork belly special, you know, a segment on pork bellies. We'll see what that coming up in just a moment. Chuck Roberts, he's the CEO of Cisco. We speak with Bloomberg Television anchors at Ludlow, Carolina. Right. Cisco had their quarter yesterday. I thought it was a good quarter stock. Kind of hanging in there, not really doing too much here today, but as Richard told us earlier, it's all about trying to get a piece of that AI expenditure, and they've been growing their business. But let's go to this discussion right now. In progress, Chuck Roberts, Cisco CEO.
My Cisco CEO, Chuck Robbins. And actually, Chuck, I'm going to ask you something that I felt like the analyst community didn't really get to. And that is that there is this big product refresh happening, near term over coming years. And I feel like we've been trying to talk about Cisco as a platform offering for a while. And if we look at that fiscal 26 outlook, is that baked into that, where Cisco is a platform offering and you folded security into it? That's kind of what I think people want to know.
Yes, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I want to thank the team and all of the Cisco folks for just a great year. We obviously had good order growth in Q4. We had the great performance in the AI infrastructure orders. We actually reported that we had taken down approximately $1 billion of revenue from those orders, which was something that everybody wanted to talk about. We talked through how we feel the progress for, kicking in on security, and then to your point, this product refresh cycle that we are beginning will happen over years. And honestly, we just turned on orderability. The large customers take a lot of time to evaluate, put these things in labs before they put it in their critical infrastructure. But the point you make about the platform is really important, because as we get into agentic AI, with the low latency constant communication that's going to occur, we're going to have to do security in the network. There is no other alternative. You cannot introduce latency by sending it to a security appliance. And we are the only company that has both networking and security technology to fuse it together to create that platform effect that you're describing.
AI is a double-edged sword, Chuck. It's margin dilutive. How do you think about that?
Well, I think we have always had a portfolio of products that had various margin profiles. I mean, we had a point in our history where the telco and the service provider world was as much as 35-36% of our business, and that was a different margin profile than the enterprise. And so we just manage it the same way we have all along. So I'm not too worried about that.
Meanwhile, Chuck, that massive opportunity ahead you articulate with AI infrastructure, the bringing in of $2 billion of orders, the $1 billion of revenue already, is it the platform offering that helps you push out and fend against some of the other competitors that want in on that? Of course, HPE is trying to get in, you've got Broadcom. Is that how you set yourself apart?
Well, I think the key to remember with this is that it's a networking system that's obvious. That's really what we're selling for AI infrastructure. There's really only 3 companies on the planet that can deliver the networking silicon that these customers require, and we're one of them. And so, they're looking for low power requirements, they're looking for meeting their dates, they're looking for speed, bandwidth, deployment, certain, and we're getting that right now with them. And we really built great relationships. If you go back 5 or 6 years ago, I had to try to convince people that we were rebuilding relationships here. Even if you go back 12, 14 months ago, when we gave them the target of $1 billion in orders, I think there were a lot of skeptics, and the team actually delivered really well, and we have great relationships with these customers now.
We are joined by Chuck Robbins, Cisco CEO, and you beat your things that previously others were cynical of, but the market moves with you. Many wanted even more in terms of your full year revenue guidance. Some even going as far as to say that maybe you're suggesting a little bit of a cautious IT spend for the next fiscal year. Do you abide by that, Chuck?
No, we don't see that. We haven't seen any sort of slowdown at all. The only place we've seen that challenge, as has been reported, was in U.S. federal. Our product order growth was 7%. If you take out U.S. federal, we grew 10%. And if you think about security, same thing. If we take out U.S. federal, we grew double digits in security on orders. And I also talked about the fact that if we look at the fiscal year that we just entered, our U.S. federal team is actually forecasting a return to growth. So hopefully that won't be a headwind in the next year. So we haven't seen anything meaningful, but we're also cognizant that we.
Bare vent, Fredrik Isaksen. Det tar bare tid for folk skjønner det, samme som i går. Det tar litt tid for å jobbe sin. Folk begynner å tygge på de PPI-tallene i dag, de skjønner ikke. Du ser på dollaren, mot euro, mot yen nå. Det er helt kaos her. Og du får sånne rare bevegelser. Gull skal opp.
In Africa, in Europe, you have this push for on-prem sovereign applications. So from a geopolitical perspective and a risk perspective, they want more control over the tech stack that they have in their country. So that's more of a sovereign play. And we're one of the unique companies who can actually deliver, say, Splunk on-prem, or they're asking for WebEx on-prem, which we can do. So, and then the Neo Cloud, we can talk about as well, but that's another emerging opportunity for us.
I don't think many appreciate the scale of Cisco sometimes. You've got a lot of credit, by the way, on this program at least, about how you communicated tariffs impact. But you're basically one of the biggest and leading network chip producers globally. And this is an administration that wants more US manufacturing. So you have the volume of gear, you design your own chips, TSMC makes them for you, the economics kind of works in your favor. Have you made some commitment to do what this administration is trying to do, which is take that process that you've mastered, but just bring it to the States in some form?
Well, I think that much like NVIDIA, AMD, us, others, there are a lot of companies that actually rely on TSMC for the fabrication of the silicon, and they've obviously made commitments on their side to actually build our capacity in the United States, and so we're happy to see that happening. The thing that people don't really realize is that we've maintained a U.S. manufacturing footprint all along. So we have a footprint in the U.S. today that we can look at expanding, but I think it's just important for us right now to wait and see exactly where all this stuff lands. If you go back to 2018, when the China tariffs hit, our teams have made moves and mitigated roughly 80% or so of those. And so we just continue to look at these things as they come out, figure out what the best plan of action is, and then we act.
When you think about planning ahead, and this is continuity, Chuck, when you see what's happened with AMD and NVIDIA and the deal they've cut to access China, when you think about exporting more broadly, are you thinking that might come your way at pay to play in the future?
I have no idea. We wake up every day and we try to figure out what's transpired and what's happening in the world and how do we react to it. I've talked about over time that the current crop of CEOs in the United States have basically been operating in times of uncertainty or crisis or certainly very dynamic environments. And so we're all used to just dealing with whatever changes are coming our way. There's the old saying that you can deal with the world as it is or how you'd like it to be, and we just wake up and we deal with what comes at us and try to plan accordingly, try to do scenario planning, but then deal with it as it is.
And when you're controlling your own destiny, you've been doing a bit of M&A. You mentioned the Splunk offering and how that helps you access Luxembourg, for example. And any more M&A on the horizon, particularly when it comes to AI?
We're always looking. Our strategy hasn't changed. Obviously, valuations are quite frothy in that space. But if there's something that helps us advance our strategy more effectively, then we're always willing to take a look at it. I would say that M&A is not the strategy. We have our product strategy and our solution strategy for our customers, and if there's an acquisition that helps us accelerate that, then that's what we're really interested in. And you think about places like AI infrastructure or security or observability and those kind of areas, they're always interesting to us.
Chuck, how's the relationship with NVIDIA evolving since it was all announced?
It's great. Our team and their team's execs had dinner last night, and we're working on architectures for NeoCloud, architectures for the enterprise. We're working on go-to-market, joint go-to-market together. So I'd say it just continues to get stronger, and we're really on the front end now of a lot of the technology integrations that we've been working on, and we're on the front end of the real enterprise wave of this AI. If you think about it, it started in the back-end networks of the cloud providers. It's moving. It's obviously going to have an impact on the front-end networks. It's going to have an impact on the enterprise. And even the telco business that we saw this quarter, we had telco cable, our orders were up greater than 20%. And a lot of that was attributed to their preparation for AI.
Fantastic to speak with you today.
Hi, that was Chuck Robbins, Cisco CEO. Speaking with Bloomberg Television anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde talking about Cisco. They just reported their quarter. Stock's off about 1.5%. But Kevin spoke to me earlier. Bloomberg Television, pretty solid advancements being made in their business. All right, now let's get a little bit of a reset here. We'll go to Charlie Pellet for Bloomberg Business.
Hi, thank you very much, Paul. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all lower. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We've got stocks lower across the board right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the red. S&P down 7 to 64.59, drop there of 0.1%. Dow down 115, decline there of 0.3. NASDAQ lower by 0.1%. The 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.72%. Bond yields are rising as traders pair their bets after the PPI report. We've got spot gold down $18 the ounce, down 0.5%. And advance for West Texas Intermediate crude now up 1.4%, 63.55 a barrel. And Bitcoin falling 3.7%, 118,384 on Bitcoin. Cisco again after earnings, after that Chuck Robbins interview that you heard live on Bloomberg, down now by 1.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio and streaming live on YouTube as well. Looking at Deere, they reported numbers, guidance a little bit weaker than expected. Stock down about 8% here trading today, but it's still up about 11-12% year to date. Checking Chris Ciolino, Bloomberg Intelligence, he covers all the big machinery companies. Chris, what's the takeaway from Deere today? They called out the U.S. farmers facing some economic challenges here. I guess that's impacting their businesses. What you learn?
Yeah, listen, I mean, this really wasn't a particularly great quarter. 3 key results were mixed at best. It was really a low-quality earnings beat, primarily driven by lower tax rate. And as you alluded to, they did cut to their 2025 guidance. But to be honest, I don't think that really changes the investment thesis here. We still expect earnings to bottom this year. We're still looking at a very, gradual recovery as 2026 unfolds. The reduction in the outlook was really driven by weakness in the construction business. And it appears to us that it was really more of a function of some of the higher tariffs and costs coming through. We knew that construction partially was really going to bear the brunt of the tariff impact.
Sven Aastad, da. Droppa med 100 poeng. Nå burde gull gå opp her, altså.
Hey, Chris, can you get more into the struggle that farmers are facing that's impacting Deere?
Sure. We've been in this kind of prolonged downturn in the U.S. economy. Crop prices continue to deteriorate. Farm fundamentals remain weak. Interest rates remain high. We have the overhang of uncertainty on the trade environment and export market access. Really, there's really no signs of, say, green shoots yet that we're at this inflection point. I think the positive takeaway is that, inventories are coming down. Deere's not going to have to massively underproduce retail demand next year. So even if we're looking at a flattish type of environment in terms of underlying retail demand, we're still looking at probably higher production and some pricing coming through, which should still generate some operating leverage in the business.
So, Chris, when demand is down from their core farm equipment, what does Deere typically do? Do they let inventories build? Do they get promotional to move inventory out the door? How do they usually manage that?
Yeah, so it's a delicate balance, right? I mean, it's almost impossible to time the cycle. And what they've been doing,
Tar litt gevinst på shortmen. Jeg var shorter oppe. Flere ganger, som dere sikkert har hørt. Den plinginga.
And you're right, they are allocating more merchandising programs, full funds to help address that issue and move the equipment.
Nå går gull også.
You see that partly reflected in the production of precision ag business this quarter. The pricing actually flipped negative, which was a surprise to us. It does appear that this is, relatively transitory. We should expect pricing to bounce back next quarter. But yeah, it's been they've done a real good job of managing inventory. It's just, when you're slogging along with the bottom of the cycle here, it does become quite challenging.
So then I got to follow up. Are you still cautious about the pace of the recovery?
Yeah, I would say signs of a recovery are still, pretty elusive to us. And you just look over the last couple of months, you continue to see further downward pressure on crop prices, which at the end of the day is one of the biggest drivers of Deere's business and farmer cash receipts. We had a pretty ugly WASDE report this week. You know, it looks like we're going to get another year of record corn production. So those stockpiles continue to build, which is really going to keep some of the ceiling on crop prices here in the near term. So we think this recovery is going to look much more modest or subdued than what we typically see during the normal cycle. Right now, we're still anticipating, modest, flat to up 5% next year in terms of underlying retail demand for margin, particularly.
Chris, excellent stuff as always. Chris Giolino, Senior U.S. Machinery Analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. And again, that stuff out there for the farmer out there who sees rising costs and across the board, across many of the cost centers there. And then top line, as Chris was just mentioning, as we heard from our farmers at the yesterday, commodity prices are low. That's a tough thing to get past. And even Michael Blunt said, the technology is getting such that they're getting more per acre than they ever have, which is good from that perspective, but it just creates more supply.
Yeah, and the technology is not cheap either.
The technology, right, exactly. And the technology,
It's expensive.
yeah, you got to see, the John Deere lot. Big tractors.
Yeah, and then the machinery business sector in general, it was expected to bottom out this year, but I don't know, the trade talk too and everything, I mean, that just might not happen, it might continue.
Yeah, and we talked to, this farmer from South Dakota yesterday, he called out something which I was just kind of hadn't thought about, which is farmers tend to use a lot of debt to finance things like buying a tractor, buying feed for the upcoming year. And so they do go to their local banks, they do rely on their local banks, they have mortgages on their land. So when interest rates go from where they were pre-pandemic to where they are now, boom, that's a big hit to their profitability.
Yeah. And the cost of labor too.
Yeah, so anyway, so a lot going on there in the farmer group, keep it close to the American farmer. Let's go to Barry Ritholtz. Why? Because it's Thursday, and that's what we do on Thursday. We talk to Barry Ritholtz. Ritholtz Wealth Management. He's also got a little podcast that just crushes it out there called Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio's. Great guests every week. Have some real good insight into these markets. Hey, Barry, let's talk. I'm just reading your recent missive here. How do you get people to think about concentration risk in the equity markets where it seems like only a handful of stocks really move the market and represent most of the performance and most of the capitalization? Is that good or bad, or how do you talk about that?
Well, there's been an ongoing concern for decades, certainly years, that we have a market that's driven too much by a handful of companies until you actually do a little work as opposed to just repeating what you saw on Twitter or TikTok, and you find out, hey, this is kind of where we've been historically. That's before we get to the issues that these 7 companies aren't doing 7 businesses, as our Bloomberg Balchunas has pointed out. Collectively, the Magnificent 7 has made about 846 acquisitions over the past decade or two. And so these are really giant, technological, wildly diversified companies. I know I'm at risk of saying something that when the market crashes, people will point to and say, hey, that was the top. But just looking at this objectively, there's only 3,500 companies in the Russell 5,000. And when people try and figure out why is that the case, well, just these 7 companies responsible for over half of that shortfall, and there's been a lot of M&A. So, we have bigger, broader, technologically competent conglomerates, especially considering that, I don't know, since the Microsoft antitrust case a quarter century ago, we just haven't been exerting a lot of antitrust limitations. We're allowing these companies to bulk up. Think about what Microsoft owns, what Amazon owns, what Facebook owns. These are massive, massive companies. They're no longer just their core business. I want to say Amazon is barely a retailer anymore. They're a cloud player with this little side hustle selling crap to people at home.
That's exactly how you put it. One of those orders from there. Thanks, Larry. So do you have any concern about valuations? I mean, you're mentioning so many different companies, earnings season winding down too.
Yes, so we've been hearing for a couple of years now how bad earnings are going to be this quarter and that, gee, this market can't grow into this valuation. And yet earnings continue to surprise to the upside. Revenues have been really, really solid. You know, I think people have big problems when we hit any sort of inflection point or pivot, when there's a broad technological adoption. I recently wrote about not the Magnificent Seven, but the Magnificent 493. I'm more interested in the rest of the S&P 500, and the reason for that, valuation-wise, is that we go back to the late 90s, leading into the dot-com implosion. Yeah, Metro Media Fiber and Juniper Networks and Pets.com all crashed and burned. But what came after that was, we don't think of companies anymore as internet companies. We're all internet companies. Hey, we all live on email, we all work with Slack, we all, or Teams or whatever your group thing is, we all use Google Meet and Zoom. Yeah, everybody markets through the internet. It made everybody else more effective, more efficient. The chart I showed was just revenue per employee from early 90s to now. I suspect we're going to see the exact same thing happen over the next quarter century as all these companies adapt artificial intelligence.
All right, Barry, thank you. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Barry Riddles. He's a host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. Highly recommended. Great content there, great guests, great discussions. He's also got a day job, folks, as a matter of Riddles Wealth Management, and appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. Looking at the markets here, still a little bit of red on the screen, off about 0.2%, 0.3% pretty much across the board on equity against as well. Let's see a little bit.
Wall Street, the new check markets all day long. Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. PPI Thursday, jobless claims Thursday as well. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. The S&P down 17, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow is down 181, now down 0.4. The NASDAQ Composite Index retreating from a record down 62, down 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.3. The Russell 2000 Index particularly hard hit today, down 1.7%. But interestingly, our MAX 7 Index up by just about 0.1%. The 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year is currently yielding 3.73%. Gold down $14 the ounce, down 0.4%. The precious metal now at $33.41 the ounce, and crude rallying there up 1.8%, $63.81 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin at 118,277 a token, falling by 3.8%. Cisco Systems out with a cautious forecast for the current fiscal year. The stock is down 1.5%. Moments ago, we spoke with Cisco CEO Chuck Robbins, who talked about the quarter.
We had the great performance in the AI infrastructure orders. We actually reported that we had taken down approximately $1 billion of revenue from those orders, which was something that everybody wanted to talk about.
Yeah, Cisco shares, they are trading lower, now buying 1.6%. By the way, you can catch the full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. Apple's blood oxygen tracking feature for its smartwatches returning to the U.S. after a years-long legal fight. The feature, which was removed at the end of 2023 due to a patent infringement lawsuit by Massimo Corp and a U.S. Customs injunction, will return for Apple Watch owners who bought the models with the feature disabled. Apple shares today down by 0.8%. So again, recapping, wholesale inflation accelerating in July by the most in 3 years. Stocks lower, S&P down 15 to 64.50, a drop there of 0.2%. The Dow down 0.4, NASDAQ lower by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, Charlie Pelleton. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Mr. Taylor Paul Sweeney, we're live here with you in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. We are waiting on an interview with Tom Gallagher. He's the CEO of Miami International, which is some crypto exchanges, which is really cool. They're going public today. And I understand the deal, seeing a reporting from Bloomberg, well oversubscribed. The company priced their IPO at 23. It's indicating on my Bloomberg terminal higher, a range of 29.5 to 30.5. So it still has not opened yet. I suspect it might be busy with that. So we will wait to get some access to Mr. Gallagher. In the meantime, have you ever been to Atlantis Paradise Island in the Bahamas?
I have once.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic. I have not, primarily because I don't like people.
I
And it
know.
looks like it is a really large
It's
facility.
huge.
There's lots of people, but it looks just awesome. And down there in Bahamas, the reason I raise it up is because they've been investing a lot of money in that property. And their city group is doing a $1.93 billion debt refinancing for Brookfield Corporation's Atlantis Paradise Island, the firm's luxury resort in the Bahamas. So in the past 5 years, property owners invested more than $260 million in the resort, including a renovation of guest rooms, the Atlantis Casino, and the food and beverage concepts that helped drive record visits to the property in 2024 and this year.
I can't believe you haven't been there. But they have the best, like I know it's a great like family place too. They have this water slide that you go down and like the sharks are all around you and you're inside the tube.
I know, but it's awesome to the kids, but I was able to avoid it. Then you told me I avoid it. Taking kids to Disney World.
I know.
So I know what I'm doing on this stuff. Right, so we have to go more for the boutique hotels or historical and stuff. But
Yeah, but
anyway,
they're not doing so well. That's the basic.
no, they're doing well.
Okay.
They're just doing this bond offering here, which I was looking at deals and who's getting paid, who's making money, and who's coming to the market here. You wonder, with interest rates higher here, although they have come down. You look at the 10-year Treasury, it's down to 4.28. We were a lot higher just 6 months ago, 12 months ago. So just any pullback in rates we're seeing some of this corporate bond market issuance tick up here. So, and as we heard from, corporate bond issuance, even in, like, just look at the municipal bond market was a record last year. It's going to be another record this year. And I always ask municipal bond people, why are they raising or issuing debt now when rates are higher versus 3 or 4 years ago when they could have issued debt when rates were much lower? And what I've told time after time, municipalities don't issue debt when they can by lower rates. They just need it. And that's kind of so. As opposed to if rates would tick down 10 basis points, I'd be on the phone making 30 phone calls to the CFO saying, hey, let's bang out a deal. Because you could get 10 basis points difference and maybe you could refinance something else you got on the balance sheet. So we have people on the desk that just do that all day. And they just look at companies' capital structures, what you got outstanding, the rates move. You want to make some phone calls and try to get some deals done. It looks like that's what Citi's good deal there.
Well, you're very popular in the bond market.
In New Jersey. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're waiting on this Mr. Gallagher, Miami International CEO. Again, Miami International, it's crypto exchanges. What a way to play, I guess a derivative way to play the crypto markets. You can buy the Bitcoin directly. You can buy some of the exchanges. You can buy Coinbase. You can buy some of these ETFs. And here's just another way to play. So we'll see if we get him back on this. What else you got for us?
All right, so this one, that's what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about Tapestry, right? They have all the fancy bags, like the Coach and the Kate Spade. Well, now there's this article in the Terminal, you gotta check it out, bag charms, those little charms that women are putting on the bag. And we're talking about, don't, and that is to do, okay? Bag charms, they're selling for like $1,000. And this is like retail's next like little luxury thing. So this, I saw someone down in the pantry, they had a little, I forgot what you call it, the lupa, is that what you call it, little thing? Someone had one on their little bag just down in the pantry downstairs. So I was talking about it, and I was talking with her about it. Oh, look, yeah, look at the article, there's a picture. Check it out on the Terminal. There's a picture of the little charm. But this is a huge thing, and they're putting these like $1,000 charms on top of their, $10,000.
Vær stille!
They gotta be sturdy. If you're gonna pay that much, it definitely has to be sturdy.
All right, and in this article, there's some disturbing pictures of these designer handbags, and dudes are holding them.
Yes, yes.
All right, so I'm missing out on that, right? I don't have my little tote bag.
No, the man purse, it does go in the man bag. Yes, the man bag. The man bag, sorry, excellent. There you go. Man bag is not the man purse, but I've been told. And yes, they do have them on them as well. So this is like a big thing, but it's a big part for luxury because luxury, it's been having a tough time, right? So this is a little bit something extra that these companies can do to kind of spark a little interest, right? Get some interest going as they don't do so well.
Oh.
And, I've always been told that it's all about China. China is the
Hæ?
China.
Ja, men nei, det er fortsatt treig, men det er jo ikke så, de har ikke låst seg i dag som i går. Er det samme som i går?
Jeg kjøpte en ny prosessor i går.
Hvordan sjekker det da? Kontroll alt?
Nei, gjør det.
51? Ja, det har i hvert fall hjulpet, for alt låser seg til helvete hele går. Prosessor er det samme som en driver?
Prosessoren er jævlig.
Ja. Kan man oppgradere denne liksom?
Ja, man kan nødt til å kjøpe nye.
Ta vare på kriteriene, skal vi få ført over. Jævla mark der, ass.
That is higher today, so that's good news for the greenback. Yield space, 10-year treasury yields, they are up about 5 basis points here. In fact, everything that they traded yesterday, 4.28% on a 10-year U.S. government bond. WTI crude oil, it's higher by more than $1, just still below $64 per barrel. Bitcoin down by 4%. This is for
fredag, eller?
Hva sa du?
En bra sving fredag, eller?
Bra
Sving.
den her. Ja, men det er tall som kommer. Tar imot beskjed 3800 helt da. Det kom dritt-tall fra USA i sted. Og så går det rett ned, og så går det rett opp med en på AI. Men det skal ned, og gull skal gå videre opp. Men du får sånne der tullebevegelser imellom, folk skjønner jo ingenting. Nå begynner gull å gå igjen. Den skulle gått i stad, egentlig. Nvidia opp 0,24 fra å være ned 0,5% akkurat. Det er den som kjører Nasdaq opp og ned nå.
Tail Ball Swimming Live here with you at the Bloomberg Interactive Poker Studio in Midtown New York. We are also. Here's the story my eyes went to immediately this morning when I came in. U.S. and Canadian banks are summoning staffers back to their offices at a faster rate than European rivals. That is very scary. We've got lots of good data in there, charts, stuff like that. But to me, it just went right to the difference between the U.S. and Europe as it relates to banking and investment banking, where it just seems like the U.S. banks have just dominated. And I know there's a lot of reasons why structurally, but this one just feels like a part of it. So we want to get right into it now. Tom Metcalf, finance editor for Bloomberg News. He's in our London office. Tom, what do you guys find? Are American bankers really coming back more to the office more frequently than Europeans?
Yeah, it's a very, very clear trend actually. So what we did went back to the biggest 15 US Canadian banks and then also the biggest 15 European. And the split basically simplifies down to about 3 days a week in Europe compared to 4 days a week in the US. And of course, in the US, there's a lot of very notable examples of back fully to 5 days, right? For JP Morgan, for Goldman. So I think it's been a really interesting split. And like you say, it's kind of part and parcel of this divergence really between the US banks and Europe in that, one of the theories going out, there's lots of reasons why this is happening. But certainly one analyst was saying, one element is the fact US banks are just that much more profitable, and thus they sort of have almost like a little bit more leverage over their employees to effectively go, no, it's going to be our way or the highway, is what Mike Mayo told us. But yeah, just say it's one of those stories where, I think anecdotally that's the kind of clear sense, but it was quite startling to see it kind of, we really dive into the data and go, oh yes, it's really basically almost two different strategies with broadly speaking Europeans kind of doing it as a almost like employee protection tool, and US banks going, we don't care, we think the most efficient way to work is in the office, you're coming back in.
Well, you're kind of leading to what I wanted to ask, Tom. Is this a cultural thing? Is this also playing a factor?
Yeah, and there's obviously no one size fits all, right? But like broadly speaking, there's a little bit more of that, get your attitude, etc. At say Goldman, whereas the European banks,
structurally, there's more retail banks in that space, or certainly the banks, the capital markets, a bit smaller part of their business. So certainly a bunch of different things flowing through here. And, well, the other interesting thing is the academic research that we look at the same time, it's not out there going, if you bring everyone back to the office, you necessarily get better stock market performance or even better financial performance. So it's very much, I think, cultural probably what's driving this, the tone from the top. Someone like a Jamie Dimon, probably the most outspoken executive on this, says very keen to have everyone back in the office. And on the flip side, Phil Winters here, who runs Standard Chartered, he's literally taking the opposite tone. So he's just effectively going, look, our employees can make the right decision for their particular teams, and we will. And Standard Chartered is a fascinating example of everyone we spoke to. They basically said they don't even have a specific mandate at all. They just truly are sort of conceptualizing this, just telling people that there's no policy, just make sure you do what's right for you.
Faen, ass. Jeg trykket på 11, ble 350. Hele tiden, ass.
i.e. Citigroup, I know Jane Fraser, the CEO there, she thinks it's a recruiting tool for Citi because they're only a 3-day mandate. Are other banks thinking that way?
Yeah, exactly. It goes to show it's not like kind of universal monolith. It goes to the back to the market. And Citi is probably maybe the most interesting example, as you say. It's got that, it's got a big restructuring.
Alligator, Alcatraz.
Nå droppa Nvidia, og da datt Nasdaq.
Stu Dolan says he and his wife were in their Gloucester townhouse at the time.
We just heard it bang, just pow. And I jumped up and I said, what the heck was that?
They found some strange rocks that smelled of sulfur on their deck. Some damage to the corner of their house. Boston College geophysicist John Eagle believes it was a meteorite.
Every day, there are meteorites coming into the atmosphere.
But he says the odds of one hitting your house are like winning the lottery. Air Canada's begun canceling some flights.
Tenk på hvis du går fra Spain til Laos, så kan du må ha datakabel i stedet for at du kjører over den fly.
Ja, kanskje han bare ha det, for det så det hvor lang tid det tok. Jeg trykker, og så bare og så går den.
Ikke garantert at det er det, men det kan være det.
Ja, han er drittreig. Han kan ha treigere etter vi tok den opp hit enn nede, liksom.
Altså, du merker det?
Ja, ja. Det var kanskje kabel. Ja, for når jeg driver også bare slipp, så bare, du så det, jeg mistet jo mye på det. Det skjer hele tiden. På større posisjoner så er det mye større sånn slippage. Jeg får liksom ikke scalpa sånn ordentlig, for jeg bare sånn duk, og så venter jeg, og så tar den. Men jeg kan bare gjøre sånn bang, bang. Jeg må kjøpe kabel, da.
Enten så går det for lyspøy og slå.
Og det er?
Så kabelen det løpende rundt i en mellom døra og så ned trappa, og så rundt fra og der.
Ja.
Eller så lager du kabelen ut av huset.
Ut på huset, tror jeg er mye smart. Men det er vel ikke sånn, det er vel lettere utenfor huset også, for det er bare en vegg og så utenfor. Den tåler snø der, ikke? Jeg tror det er mye smartere, ass.
Det burde nesten mal over den igjen, eller så viser den igjen.
Ja, det tror jeg ikke jeg se, for det er bare under her, da. Det er bare på skrått under her. Ja, sånn der Sigurd-brus med sitron. Du burde teste den, du kommer til å like den. Så tar han nå, den er jævlig god. Ja. Sitron. Fy faen, den euroen tryner dag, altså. Kom igjen, Nasdaq. Lag litt nye bunner her nå, da. Nvidia ramlet inn der. Det er liksom full fokus på valutaen her, altså, etter de der PPI-tallene. Det er mange som ikke så for seg de. For da hadde de der CPI-tallene i forgår som viste jo litt forbedring, så har du PPI-tall i dag som bare helt katastrofe. Oi, nå sier de det. De PPI-tallene er det største økningen på 3 år. Gull bør gå opp på det. Nå har Gull hentet seg litt inn i nå da, men bør det gå mye mer. Jeg tipper at ikke det skjer før senere, samme som skjedde i går og foregårs. Jeg tror folk var litt nervøse, og så må de liksom se retningen, og så kjøper de. Men Gull skal gå opp på dette her, uten tvil.
Our eyes on California and Texas with our political panel straight ahead. Bloomberg Politics contributors Gigi Shanzano and Rick Davis with us. Now it's PPI Day. Let's start with Wall Street. Charlie Pellet has the numbers in New York as we sag our way through this Thursday. Charlie, how's it look right now? Well, across the board, Joe Matthew, happy Thursday.
Ja, nå trynte Nasdaq her.
Stocks retreating from a record-breaking run in U.S. stocks, taking a breather after a pickup in inflation. Look at bond yields and the dollar. Traders bearing bets the Fed will be cutting rates next month. So here's where we stand. S&P right now down 13, drop there of 0.2%. Had been higher earlier in the session, 64.53 where we stand on the S&P. We've got the Dow down 182, drop there of 0.4%. Nasdaq down 43, a decline from just about 0.2%. Max 7 index, so holding on to a gain. Max index up now by 0.2%. Russell 2000 hard hit small cap shares selling off down 1.8% on the index. The 10-year 4.29%, the 2-year 3.74%. Spot gold at 33.39 the ounce at 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.9%, 63.82 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 4%. Bitcoin tumbling just over $118,000. So bottom line here, we did have a hotter than expected PPI report. As for the broader economic outlook, Jim Bianco is the president of Bianco Research.
I think that the real growth in the economy is going to slow. I don't have it going anywhere to like a recession. I also think the other thing you got to keep in mind that gets very little discussion is the closing of the U.S. border, because most of the population growth in the United States comes from immigration, whether it's illegal or legal, and that's going to dramatically slow, and that's also going to slow down the economy as well.
Jim Bianco of Bianco Research interviewed this morning on surveillance. Tapestry shares are plunging down 14.6%. Tapestry's brands include Coach and Kate Spade. Its annual outlook for a key profit metric missed analyst forecast due in part to tariffs. The sign that Wall Street is still adjusting to the full cost of duties on American firms. Again, Tapestry right now, the stock is plunging. TPR on the ticker, it is down by 14.6%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 0.2%, of the 10-year right now at 4.29%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance Power begins right now. Back to go to Washington. Post. It's Joe now.
Så Nasdaq ligger og surrer på 800 hele tida. Nå prøvde å gå gjennom nå 1, 2, 3, 4 ganger, for så han bryter ned også.
For the latest on the Thursday trade, it's PPI day. Could be worse. We're sagging a bit coming off of very recent all-time highs, so we don't want to paint a picture like Wall Street is freaking out about the data, but it is raising questions here about the trajectory of inflation. Different questions every day as we kind of find our way with a new wrinkle here, filling in the blanks on the way this is starting to take shape here. We're going to talk to Edward Harrison about that in a moment. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition. You made it to Little Friday here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. You can watch the radio on TV by going to Bloomberg Originals or YouTube, where I encourage you to search Bloomberg Business News Live. It's the coolest thing we have going. All of our shows from Washington to New York throughout the day. You can pause it, back it up. When you hear something good, there's nothing like it on YouTube. An hour from now, we may be walking you into the Oval Office. At least that's what the White House is telling us. Could be the big event of the day here for the president. He had his intelligence briefing a little while ago, and he's set to, quote-unquote, deliver remarks. We've gone through this before. That could mean a lot of things. And when they bring the pool into the Oval Office, featuring Lindell TV today, I stand to take a look at the pool segment. Anything could happen, right? Questions start popping, and I suspect we are going to hear about the big meeting tomorrow. We'll talk more about that later this hour with Michelle Janrisco. The president will be wheels up first thing in the morning to Alaska to meet Vladimir Putin. This is going to be something we're going to have special coverage throughout the day on that. So we begin with the PPI. You've been hearing the story here, warming up, overheated, whatever term you want to use. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, maybe rethinking his thought of 150 to 175 bips interest rate cut in September. He says we should have at least 1.5 points lopped off the top. That was yesterday on Bloomberg. Remember, we talked about this following his great interview on Bloomberg Surveillance. Showed up on Fox Business with a slightly different tune today. Listen.
I didn't tell the Fed what to do. What I said was that to get to a neutral rate on interest, that would be approximately 150.
Nå har de dritt seg ut. Nå driver han Bessent og prøver å bortforklare det han sa i går. I said, jævla tull. Men jeg har gjort det bra, da har jeg gjort det helt greit. Jeg sitter jo ballefeil. Jeg er opp 8000.
It's about the neutral rate. Of course, the market, by the way, it's not just like Scott Bessent is some sort of outlier. The market's been pricing in basically what he suggested yesterday. 1.5 points. Maybe not so much today. As I point you to the Everything Risk newsletter, the great Edward Harrison, writing that for us here at Bloomberg. bringing us back to the president's Truth Social post about Goldman Sachs a couple of days ago. Edward, maybe Mr. Solomon is not going to just start working as a DJ, as the president suggested. It's great to have you. Welcome back. Your newsletter touches on the big concern right now in Washington and on Wall Street. And the question is, how long are producers going to keep carrying the weight here for consumers?
Yeah, that is the question, Joe. I think that Goldman, they laid it out pretty well. They said that it's about less than a quarter now, but at some point it's going to be about 2/3 that they're going to pass on to the consumers. And so we're seeing now that inflation that's hitting them is showing up in statistics, and likely, therefore, will increasingly show up for consumers at the final demand.
PPI feeds, PCE, what will that tell us when it comes out now? That's the Fed's preferred gauge.
You know, it'll be interesting to see how the investment banks mark up their numbers, but clearly the number has to be higher than we had initially anticipated. So the numbers are not unfavorable for 25 basis points.
Det er dollar nå som får gå helt bananas her, og derfor gull tryner nå. På 1,163 mot euro.
I think that's off the table now. And now it's a question of, do they cut it all, or do they go 25?
Do they cut it all?
Yeah.
You don't want to be around the White House in September if they don't cut it all. I want to put you back on the August 12th, Truth Social, the post that you mentioned here about Goldman Sachs. The president said it has been shown that for the most part, consumers are not even paying these tariffs. It is mostly companies and governments, many of them foreign, picking up the tabs. But David Solomon and Goldman Sachs refused to give credit where it is due. They made a bad prediction a long time ago, he says, on both market repercussion and the tariffs themselves, and they were wrong, just like they are wrong about so much else. I think David should go out and get himself a new economist, or maybe ought to just focus on being a DJ. Now, Peter Navarro sat in that very same chair that you were in a couple of days ago and made a similar point. He said foreigners are picking up the tab for inflation. There is truth there.
You know, there is some truth that the likes of Walmart, they have pricing power with their lines of their, the people who they're sourcing from. However, it isn't true that the overwhelming majority of the tariffs are going to be taken up by foreigners. It's going to be a combination of the suppliers, the companies, and the consumers. And now that we actually have a policy, we know we have a framework in place, 15% as the baseline. Companies can work with that, and they're now going to increasingly pass that through. This is what Goldman Sachs was saying, and this is what we're starting to see.
So they probably won't get a new chief economist.
No,
I guess.
They're not lucky.
You had something going there. They'd be lucky to have you. I have to mention IPO. Got another IPO today. This has been a daily thing here lately. The new issues market.
Ikke 8.000 dollar, kroner.
$31.65. The IPO price was at 23, so we've already got a nice bid underneath the stock. It's up 34%, 33% right now from the IPO price here. BOP, BO, IPO. We're specializing in IPOs around here. Producer James tells me every morning what's about to go public.
Nå droppa gull med $4 her. Hva skjedde her nå, da?
If you're playing along in your own game, that's pretty nice, 35% profit. I'll tell you what, everything risk, people are embracing it at the moment, and that's kind of what I want to ask you about. When you consider the risk that you're describing with where we could be in 6 months, it's almost...
Er det jo en tanke mot dollar, da? Nå begynner det å stygge seg nå. Får vi se, da.
You know, I think that the market has discounted all tariff news until it affects the economy. I mean, when we look back and we think about what's happened, we had a spike in the VIX to 40. And that was, all out panic. And the reason is because stocks are fully valued. Bank of America, they had a survey recently. 91% of fund managers said that they think that U.S. equities are overvalued. So it's very difficult to go higher on those expectations unless you lay into it as a result of the economy. If the economy falls apart, then you have a big problem. And that's what we see, and the market is going to boil over, it's gonna continue to drift higher until we have any sort of pickup that suggests that, the economy's about to fall apart.
Drift higher is an interesting way to put it. And, we're looking at a VIX right now, 15. The S&P 500 is down 0.25% in this environment. It's pretty remarkable. So the investors saying, call me when it matters.
Exactly. So it won't matter unless it affects the overall economy. And I think that what we saw with March 2020, and the ability of the Fed and policymakers to paper over cracks in the economy. Even then, when we had a very short recession, stocks were able to power higher after that. So that's an ingrained behavior. It's almost like Pavlov's dogs who understand that this is where things are. And so bad things happen, right? They're going to keep on going higher.
You're great. Edward Harrison. Look for the Everything Risk newsletter to follow up on the conversation we're having. Always great to have you, Edward. Thank you so much for the insights as we watch Wall Street and Washington together. They cannot be separated these days. We'll look ahead to tomorrow's meeting with Truth Next on Bloomberg.
Amazon er opp 3%.
The news markets all day long. You're at Bloomberg, the International, the exchange operator, off and running stock is up right now, advancing by 38.3%. Miami International specializes in options, futures, and derivatives through its MIAX exchanges. Again, first day of trading opened minutes ago. You heard Joe give the initial numbers. Shares right now advancing by 38.2%. This on day when the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all lower, a record-breaking run in stocks taking a breather after a pickup in inflation-linked bond yields and the dollars. Traders are also bearing bets that the Fed will be cutting rates next month. Again, the S&P down 13 now, 64.53, a drop there of 0.2%. You had the Dow down 187, down 0.4. And NASDAQ on the composite index down 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down 0.2%. But on the down day for the rest of the market, our MAX 7 index is advancing by 0.4%. 10-year right now, 4.29%. The 2-year, 3.74%. Gold down 0.7%, 33.32 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, 63.92 per barrel of WTI. Peloton down 2.6%. Peloton Interactive is planning its biggest product upgrades in years, according to people familiar with the situation, including refreshed hardware, new accessories, artificial intelligence, set to be introduced as early as October. Again, first day of trading for Miami International Holdings. It is up now by 38.4%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Mack.
All right, Charlotte, many thanks. Watching Wall Street and IPOs. Once again today, we'll keep tabs on MIAX for you as we get our way through the hour here. We'll check in with Charlie again about 15 minutes from now, see how things are going. At this time tomorrow, the stakes will be high. We're going to have our eyes on Anchorage, Alaska, as President Trump prepares to sit down with, and it might well be right around this time, a little bit later than this tomorrow, when he's face-to-face with Vladimir Putin. We know it's Anchorage. We know it's the joint air base in Anchorage. We don't know a lot else about the actual arrangements and what the optics are going to be, but we'll of course have special coverage for you. Now introducing the idea of a bilateral news conference that's coming from the press secretary now. I don't know how they know this in advance, but it does appear that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin will together face the media, and we'll bring that to you live when it happens. It's been quite a few years since they've done this, and the stakes couldn't be higher for either side. Interesting idea, just to throw one more log on the fire here. The president was on the radio this morning, talking to Fox Radio, floated the possibility of President Zelensky of Ukraine showing up in Alaska, maybe joining this little powwow. Said it would be, quote, by far the easiest way for the three leaders to hold talks. Trump also cautioning the meeting with Putin could go poorly. He put the odds of failure at 25%. It's like Nathan Dean, isn't it? Now, he was asked about the big meeting yesterday. You heard it, saw it live right here. In fact, on Balance of Power, the president went to the Kennedy Center, to roll out nominations, Sly Stallone, Kiss, etc. Also asked about war and peace. Here's what he said.
If the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately. Between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself, if they'd like to have me there. That would be a meeting where maybe it could be absolutely workable.
Consequences, if Vladimir Putin is not going to stop the war after your meeting on Friday.
Yes, they will.
What will their consequences?
There will be consequences.
Tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Severe consequences? I thought this was a feeling out kind of a thing. Get a sense of what was on his mind. Agree to meet again. I'm having trouble following the beat on this because we keep hearing that they're tamping down expectations, but talk like that makes you wonder. That's why we thought Michelle Jamrisko would shed some light on. I think she's with us right now. Bloomberg White House National Security Editor. Great to see you, as always. We don't know exactly what we're in for tomorrow. But what's sort of the double talk on the stakes going into this meeting?
Yeah.
Is it a ceasefire or is it a feel me out?
I think you're seeing where Trump has to really strike this difficult balance. He is been burned before by Putin, and his frustration has been growing over the past few months. I mean, during the first term, he had meetings with Putin. He showed up in public with Putin,
And he was blasted by both parties in Washington for some of the ensuing remarks that came out of that. So I think there's been this long-held, obsession that Trump has with, he has to beat this guy in some way. But he's coming into this meeting, and as you remarked, he's downplaying expectations because he knows the stakes are high. He knows that it's going to be very difficult to get something substantive out of this quick meeting. So he and his administration officials all week have been talking about, well, this is on Europe and Ukraine also to eventually be part of the conversation. This is just a feel-out meeting, as you mentioned. We'll have to hear what Putin is willing to do, all of these sorts of things. And then in the meantime, also blaming media for, overplaying certain aspects. So you can see this sort of campaign to set up the meeting as this is Trump's earnest effort to be that president of peace, to figure out what's going on here. He wants to end the war, but it's not on him if things go awry. So we'll see how that plays out.
Both. That was a blast from the past. We were just showing tape of their meeting in 2018. And that was a tough one for Donald Trump. There they are again. That was the moment as he was asked by reporters about intelligence surrounding the 2016 election, that it wasn't Russia, and they took him at his word. Folks who were in the room, including John Bolton, cast that as one of the worst days of the first Trump administration. We're surprised they're doing this again. We thought Donald Trump would come out alone after this meeting, but they're going to do it bilateral.
I don't think so. I think it really fits into, and this is what we've been hearing all this week too, it fits into his sort of transactional diplomacy, his personal diplomacy. What we've been hearing from Marco Rubio all week, as well as this morning, is, this is a president who values the phone calls. He's had 3 or 4 with Putin recently, but also sees the in-person meeting as something that can carry it a little bit further. Successive presidents, I mean, we can think back to, George W. Bush talking about looking Putin in the eye, and others, looking Putin in the eye and trying to figure him out. Successive presidents have not been able to kind of crack this leader in the Kremlin. And so we'll see if Trump can take it any further, but he does think he can get somewhere if he's there on American soil with Putin side by side.
I think we can agree, though, that while it's being framed as a win for Putin to get this meeting to begin with, it's an extra layer to have a joint news conference like this. We're going to have 2 podiums set up there. Puts him on the same level as Trump while Zelensky's watching this from Kyiv.
Yes, but you used the word floated earlier, and I want to underline that because there have been a lot of things being floated this week. And Zelensky, but also the joint news conference that you mentioned.
So don't take it to the bank.
Well, we heard from Caroline Levitt that this is going to happen, but Trump in that radio interview that you're citing also seemed to not be fully committed to it being a joint news conference, and maybe it was just going to be himself. So, and then there's all these questions around, will he call the Europeans afterward? He joked in that same interview, if things don't go well, I'm not calling Zelensky, I'll just go home. And he said, maybe I'll call Fox News instead. So, there is some sort of lighthearted, banter about what may ensue, but there is a tremendous amount of uncertainty, and even on the part of Trump and Putin, they're not really, I don't think they're really sure what will come out of it either. And they want to play this game.
There's a certain element of improv here.
Yes.
We're talking about 25% chances of failure.
Well, I'm surprised it wasn't 50.
Well, I guess why not?
Yeah.
Lower the bar. Yeah. Tonight, tomorrow, you're going to see strings of cuts of him, video of him talking about solving this on day 1.
Right.
So we could see it coming. We'll have one at 5 o'clock. I'm sure, and there's a reason for that.
Right.
At one point, he said he was kidding about that in an interview with Time Magazine, but is this not haunting him?
It's nagging at him, and he's obsessed with all of these conflicts. He's continuously, you hear him list the conflicts that he's helped end recently, 5 or 6, he says, in the last few months. Always tied to these sort of negotiations around what can America get out of it, trade deals or resource extraction of life. So this one has eluded him. And we heard this morning again from Rubio saying, this is a long war. This takes a long time to end. And by the way, again, pointing to the previous administration, it started not under Trump, but under his predecessor, which is something that they want to kind of underline also. This wasn't our problem. It is our problem now, and we're trying to solve it. So we'll see if they can get anywhere.
As we spend time with Michelle Jambrisco here at Washington, I pointed you to the Kyiv Independent. Producer James put this in front of me. This is really interesting. Putin to present Trump with historical materials framing Ukraine as an artificial state. This is coming out of Kyiv, of course, and in this case, Ukraine's Center for Countering Disinformation. They say that this package will include geographical maps intended to justify Russia's territorial claims and ongoing military aggression in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is hoping to move the needle here too.
And that's right, and it's hard to be surprised at anything that's coming out of both sides and what they might present tomorrow. But in addition to that, you know,
They're showing up with props. I mean,
well,
we're not going to see the meeting itself. but we're gonna hear about it.
perhaps maybe we'll hear about it at the press conference that Putin attends. But it also just shows that each side, and Putin especially, is throwing the kitchen sink at this. I mean, aside from the territorial issues, which the U.S. side has said needs to include Europe and Ukraine in the discussion eventually. They're also looking at economic benefits. They're trying to play to Trump. And, you know, Putin has been on this charm offensive for the past 24 hours talking about, well, maybe we'll talk about, you know, nuclear arms treaties and, you know, economic deals. You know, it's not surprising. Again, this is a man
Trying to
who,
recall some Reagan spirit.
yeah, this is like a former KGB guy, you know, really knowing how to get at what his, you know, his counterpart wants. I mean, I think this is what Trump wants to hear. What can you give me?
So he's going to be charming at the table. We're not the first person to suggest that. That's
I would think so. I haven't met Putin myself, but from everything we read and understand from history, I mean, this is going to be a further charm offensive with a lot of things that, you know, shiny objects perhaps here and there, but also maybe perhaps these earnest historical arguments that he believes deeply that Ukraine should be his.
We still don't know about staging here. We know it's at the air base. Have you heard anything in terms of optics, what the backdrop would be?
Well, I think at first.
Går det normalt? Det skjer ikke akkurat så jævla mye her.
It's pretty buttoned up about that. He's speaking with.
Tell me anything. I mean, we are serving sandwiches. Like, you wonder what kind of accommodations and how welcoming will be to a man who's seen as a pariah around the world.
Well, I think we'll have further details today on that. But yeah, if you can imagine, Anchorage is not the sleepy place that maybe sometimes it usually is. And it's bustling. It's bustling. Yes, for sure.
Both sides, right? I suspect there are Russians and U.S. advanced workers bumping into each
For
other.
sure.
Anchorage.
On top of, you know, schlubs like us in the media who's trying to figure out how to cover it.
That's right. We're all coming. We're going to have special coverage. I'll remind everybody tomorrow's going to be a long day tomorrow. And we could find ourselves here on Bloomberg Radio 10, 11 o'clock at night by the time. Did I just say that out loud? By the time this is done, because that's what we're here for, and this is about as important as it gets. Michelle Jamristo, always love having you on. Thank you.
Great to be with you.
For Michelle's reporting competitive forces. This all unfolds here on Bloomberg. We'll assemble our panel. Max Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. I'm glad you're with us too on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. Get us up on YouTube because the president will be speaking, well, they tell us at least a half an hour from now, 1 p.m., delivering remarks from the Oval. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. I'll meet you on YouTube. Stay with us right here on Bloomberg.
Stocks is taking a breather today after a pickup in inflation. The S&P's down 15 at 64.50. Still close to a record, down today by 0.2%. The Dow lower by 203, down 0.4%, while Nasdaq is down 38. For Nasdaq, a decline right now of 0.2%. On a down day for the rest of the market, the Bloomberg Max 7 index is pushing higher up by about 0.3%. 10-year at 4.28%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.73%. Gold down $50 the ounce, 33.33 the ounce, down 7 tenths of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 63.82 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin now down 4.2%, selling off at 117,846. Wholesale inflation up the most in 3 years last month. That's got investors dialing back bets on the rate cut next month. Producer prices in July rose 3.3% from a year ago. Economists surveyed by Bloomberg rose for 2.5%. Neela Richardson is chief economist at ADP and a Bloomberg contributor.
This inflation surprise is something that should be considered with a whole bunch of other data that was leading up to this point showing no smoking gun when it came to tariffs and inflation. So the big picture is it's an economy that continues to perform. It's just not as dynamic as we're used to seeing.
ADP chief economist Neela Richardson. Costco Wholesale has decided not to dispense the abortion pill of the first dawn at its more than 500 pharmacy locations. The decision hailed by a group of faith-based activists who urged the retailer to avoid selling the drug. Costco shares, they're off today by about 7 tenths of 1%. First day of trading for the exchange operator Miami International MIAX on the ticker, up now by 32%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Collins. That's Bloomberg. This is Flash. back, we go to Washington once again with those areas. Bill Mack.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet, we'll have much more coming up a little bit later on. Top of the hour, we'll update the markets as we anticipate comments from President Trump. The White House told us to look for remarks in the Oval at 1 p.m. Eastern, so we'll see if we're close to on time when he speaks. Of course, we'll bring you there. Unclear exactly what the topic is going to be, but we're counting down to the big meeting. He may well be in Alaska by this time tomorrow, as the president plans to fly away early tomorrow morning to meet the five-year group in Anchorage. And I want to point you to the conversation I did with the Fourth Street in our second hour, also at the end. So I guess that event will probably start a little late. We're going to talk to the governor of Alaska, back with us on Balance of Power. Good thing going here. Mike Dunleavy is going to join us to talk about preparations and exactly what is happening right now. This got to be a scene right now in Anchorage. Limited hotel rooms, a small rental car market I read on the Bloomberg. Vehicles and other assets have to be flown in or driven in some cases from other parts of the state and the country. Motorcade SUVs are arriving from the lower 48 on cargo planes. Imagine being the real estate agent who got a phone call from the Secret Service. And I'm talking about this because Miles Miller has a great story out today on the Bloomberg. Secret Service rushes to make Alaska City safe for Trump and Putin. Yeah, we're the host nation, which is why the Secret Service actually has to protect Vladimir Putin as well, along with the whole production, which is going to take up the better part of the day tomorrow in Anchorage. Great story, and we'll talk with Miles about this on the late edition. We get a phone call from the Secret Service. Both of my short-term rentals are booked, but I did manage to put some of them into one home. In fact, there's sleeping bags for this one. The advanced crews are up there already. Be interesting in dinner this evening, and we'll just floating around. Looking forward to that. Mike Dunleavy, the governor of Alaska, coming up in about 15 minutes as we turn our attention to what's happening today in California. Yeah, not Texas, but California. There's going to be a news conference a couple hours from right now. Gavin Newsom set to kick off Democrats' reciprocal effort to gerrymander. It's apparently happening here. It's Texas Republicans move forward with their plan to add 5 seats. Now, we've talked about this. It's a little blue on the face. No pun intended.
Ja, men det er full fokus på dollaren nå. Har du sett dollaren I dag, eller?
We're going to do this again right now because as California gets involved, the cycle begins. Think it would be a spin cycle that involves maybe even up to a half a dozen states. Add Indiana, Missouri, Florida. What's the congressional map going to look like by the time this whole effort is done? There they are on YouTube and with us live on the radio. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Rick is our Republican strategist partner at Stoneport Capital, and Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. You ready for this, Jeannie? I don't think you wanted to see it happen, but it looks like Governor Newsom is going for it.
He absolutely is, and you know, I have to say, as a political scientist, there's nothing we like more than talking about the boring old redistricting. So I've been in my glory the last few weeks. Thanks so much to Governor Abbott, President Trump. Yeah, he's going to go for it, despite the fact that we've seen polls which suggest it is widely unpopular. And that's something I don't think any of us are surprised by. People don't trust politicians. They certainly don't want them drawing districts for Californians. Twice now they voted for an independent commission. Quite frankly, I was surprised the numbers were even higher against it. And yet, when you look at and talk to people in both districts and elsewhere about whether they should do this because the Republicans are doing it in Texas, they sort of shrug and say, this is like an arms race. One does it, the other has to do it. So it's going to be interesting to see what voters feel about this in the end if California goes forward.
Interesting. California doesn't really want to go forward. So I think this new poll that I'm reading about here, Citron Center poll in Politico today, Rick Davis shows voters in California prefer keeping an independent line drawing panel to determine the state's House seats by nearly a 2-to-1 margin. Is this a mistake for Newsom?
Well, look, I mean, there's a generic issue here, which is voters really dislike their own members of the legislature, right? So it's not like they want to give them more power, especially California, where the legislature is being usurped by all these ballot referendums, whether it's making tax decisions or drawing
A commission's always gonna be a legislature, but this has to be done through a campaign. They're gonna have to run a campaign because these voters, this, resolution, Texas redistricting is worth it for them. And, frankly, I think it's gonna be an interesting campaign because if I were running the Republican Party right now, I'd say, let's get in there and mix it up with those guys, right? I mean, like, this is a good thing for Republicans to try and run a campaign against him because it's his credibility that's at risk, right? If Newsom stumbles on this, it will hurt his chances of being the nominee of the party.
Well, you've talked about dummy mandering, not to be confused with gerrymandering, Rick. And I'm wondering, Jeannie, if you see that as a risk, just like it is in California. Republicans can't count their chickens here until we actually have these seats. They assume they're going to be Republicans. Should Newsom assume that they'll all be Democratic?
No, and that's the thing, this is a risk, you cannot assume, because let's not forget, no matter how well you try to draw these districts, and how much data you have, you still have to run a campaign, you still have to have candidates, there's still a whole environment of issues going on, including the passage of a most unpopular Big Beautiful Bill. And so, we look at Texas and we see that Republicans are banking on the fact that Donald Trump will do as well there as he did in 2024. But you look back just one cycle earlier in 2020, Joe Biden won many of those districts, and Trump, the ones he did win, he won by a lesser margin. Same thing goes on the other side with California. So this is full of risk. They are trying to play this game. I think they might be better off putting, redistricting aside and focusing on passing bills that are popular and putting up candidates and running campaigns that are well-funded and popular. So it can be seen as a waste of money if you look at it from that perspective.
But what an exercise watching Gavin Newsom on Twitter this week, Rick, the last couple of days, just one today, right after we woke up this morning, we saw this one. Your favorite governor, Gavin Christopher Newsom, he's writing all of these as if Trump was writing them, and they're in all caps. Offered the best, most amazing deal in history. Stop rigging Texas maps, and California won't make ours more beautiful. Sadly, but no surprise, Donald was too weak in Perrin's little hands to even write me back. What's going on with the Gavin Newsom experiment, Rick Davis? You run presidential campaigns. Is that all this is about?
Well, it's all part of the Gavin Newsom campaign for president 2028. It's a dangerous game. Donald Trump has a history and a personality that can sustain this kind of demeaning of people. He's proven it over time. When Republicans were running against him in 2016, some of them tried the same thing, and it was a disaster for them. And so I think there's a big caution sign out there for Gavin Newsom. And yet, at the same time, the one thing the Republicans in Texas are doing is unifying the Democratic Party around Gavin Newsom. And so, there's a situation where the Democrats were in complete disarray until the Republicans in Texas decided to start playing the game.
How does this hit you, Jeannie, this kind of talk? They're funny. As many know, he said in a different tweet, Donald Taco Trump, author of Art of the Deal, a book you should return to the library, just missed the best deal in history. It's chickens out, terror to China. But even a chicken should know a good deal when he sees one. Is he making you laugh? Is he making you take him seriously as a presidential hopeful?
Yeah, that one was to me a bit cringy. I know I'm not the audience for it, but, I think there's a danger for Gavin Newsom, and Rick just talked about it, and I would just add that people want authenticity. And if this doesn't come off as authentic, and certainly just look back at our current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio tried this in 2016, not authentic at all. You need to be who you are. That is what people want. So Gavin Newsom trying to be Donald Trump probably isn't going to resonate with too many Democratic voters. And I think that's the danger here. So he's going to have to watch out for that. He should be Gavin Newsom, and he should run as the person that he is, and to see if that resonates with voters. So I think in this regard, I would say Pritzker in the 2028 sweepstakes so far is doing a jobs in that regard, clearly running, but not necessarily trying to be Donald Trump.
Well, it certainly reinforces the idea that the next presidential election begins the day after the election. There's Jacob Pritzker right now, surrounded by Texas Democrats, who of course went to places like Chicago, and it looks like they're coming back home, which is why we're talking about this. It'll allow Republicans to move forward with the plan in Texas. Guys, we're going to be hearing from the president, the actual president of the United States, presumably 8 minutes from now, although these are frequently not on time when it comes to White House events, as we realize he's going to be in the Oval Office to deliver remarks, as says the presidential schedule today.
Jævla fuckings Nvidia gikk opp 0,5% igjen fra å være minus.
The importance of tomorrow. What will you be looking for?
Trump skal prate om skal prate nå snart.
24 hours away from sitting down with Vladimir. What will you be looking for when it comes to his demeanor and his posture today?
Yeah, look, I mean, a kind of angry Donald Trump is a good thing going into a meeting with if he's happy and playing the deal game, then it's probably advantage Putin, disadvantage Zelensky. If he's mad at Putin for gaming, I mean, like, I hope someone in the White House explains to him that all this flowery language that Putin's pushing out there about giving him an arms control deal, you know, got all this economic stuff we can do together, you know, don't pay any attention to that war on the Ukraine border. You know, think of us as a partner in power. You know, I hope he actually reacts to, like, what kind of dummy do you think I am? Because one, it blows Putin's strategy. Two, it puts him in the right frame of mind to go into that. Because if he's going in just to say, I have to come out with a deal, then it's likely to be a bad deal for Zelensky.
Jeannie, we only have about 30 seconds left here, about a minute, I should say. Floated the idea, the president floated the idea on Fox News Radio today, Zelensky taking part in this meeting in Alaska. Is that just part of the rope-a-dope going into this thing, or could we actually see the Ukrainian president there?
Certainly Zelensky wants to be there. I can't imagine Vladimir Putin has changed his mind about sitting down with the three of them, so I doubt it happened.
They'll be back with us in our second hour. As always, Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. The best we have and the best analysis as we lead up to this very important session tomorrow. We're going to talk more about it with the governor of Alaska coming up at the top of the hour. Mike Dunleavy making his return to Balance of Power right here, only on Bloomberg.
Sorry, jeg satt i telefon, skjønner du.
Balance of power. As we keep our eyes on Wall Street, we've been bouncing around, at least in terms of the broad market, a little bit on this PPI day, a little up, little down kind of a session. As we hear from Charlie Pellet, let's get an update on Wall Street as we stand by for the president.
Det som stusser meg er at vi får disse bevegelsene, og så blir det riktig bevegelse etterpå. Det er liksom sånn, det er bare så rart. Jeg skjønner ikke hva folk driver med. Og Nasdaq er helt umulig å trade. Den har gått opp med 180 poeng fra day low. Inflasjonstallene som kom i dag er det verste inflasjonstallene siden 2022. Gull burde gått til tak i stad. Nå går det opp da, men det skulle skjedd i stad på tallene, ikke nå. At den først faller med nesten $20 for å så gå opp, det er sånn her helt tullete. Og Nasdaq også, hvorfor går den opp da? Jeg vet jo hvorfor, det er på grunn av Nvidia. Nvidia går rett opp her. Amazon opp 3%, så det er bare sånn, det gir jo ikke mening.
Tapestry's annual outlook for a key profit metric. That's analysts forecast due in part to tariffs, a sign that Wall Street is still adjusting to the full cost of duties for U.S. firms. Tapestry's brands, by the way, include Coach and Kate Spade. Tapestry again, now they're like 14.4%. It is the first day of trading for Miami International Holdings. So that's stock surging now by 32%. Again, recapping, looking at a mixed market with the Dow, the S&P, they are both lower. NASDAQ is higher. NASDAQ up 0.1%. The S&P, it all in context, down by 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back to go to Washington. And once again, your host, Joe.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. It's warming up today in Washington, literally, in terms of the weather. And it's starting to feel a little different on the streets around our Bloomberg Bureau and elsewhere on the National Mall. You can see the difference after the president sent not only National Guard troops to the streets, but also federalized the Metro Police Department and put hundreds of agents from federal law enforcement agencies, from the Park Service to the FBI out on the streets. Our police have been awfully busy. They always are around here, but their movements have been notable. As you drive into town today, there are sirens everywhere. You can't always see where they're coming from, but they're kind of roving in groups through the city, closing down intersections for a minute. In the case of last evening, they put up a checkpoint on 14th Street in Washington, D.C., yelled at by protesters coming out of restaurants locally there. A lot of New York plates, a lot of federal officers with their faces covered, not to suggest that they were not identifying themselves. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV, there's a shot. There were, I believe, 2 arrests that came from the checkpoint. It looked kind of like a DUI type of checkpoint, but it was ICE agents, immigration officials, in some cases questioning people who were inside their vehicles driving through town fairly early in the evening, about 8 p.m. Eastern time. Interesting reporting by the Washington Post is they asked these federal agents who was in charge, what their mission was. They didn't refer people back to police or their agency. They were referring the media to the White House. This is very unusual to see this kind of activity. Washington Post also breaking news that the D.C. police chief is expanding cooperation with immigration enforcement. Police officers here in the city now may assist federal immigration enforcement by sharing information about people not in custody and by transporting federal immigration agency employees and their detained suspects. According to a new executive order that was just issued by the D.C. police chief, Pamela Smith, a lot more is happening right outside the Kennedy Center. A homeless campus cleared out earlier today. Members of D.C.'s Health and Human Services team clearing an encampment on what they refer to as a grassy no man's land near the Kennedy Center. We have a couple of those here around town.
Nvidia går rett opp her nå. Dra med seg Nasdaq.
Assembled and they're standing by waiting to be allowed into the Oval Office. When they do, we'll bring you in there. In the meantime, we have chance to catch up with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis, Jeannie Shantano are back with us now as we stand by to hear from the president. Rick, I don't know if you got into DC yet today, but it does seem noticeable. What we were kind of waiting for to actually see the impacts of troops and federal officers on the streets of DC. The president yesterday suggested that he may try to seek an extension well beyond 30 days that he's allowed here as president of the United States. Will Congress allow him to do it?
Yeah, I think he's got a blank check from this Congress. I mean, he's had more controversial things to get them to walk the plank on and straight line party vote. They've given it pretty much everything it's asked for. So I have no doubt that the question is resolved on this. And it makes sense if you need more than 30 days to talk about this. Look, everybody wants this to work. Now that it's happened, let's make sure it turns out the way that and ultimately a more peaceful and safer district. I have noticed it ramped up. I mean, it took a couple days to start seeing people from federal police to military units in and around town. But I would say now there's no quadrant of Washington that I've been in. I think that the federal invasion is complete.
Jeannie, what do you make of this executive order, if I can call it that, this order from the DC Police Chief, marking a pretty significant change in policy for DC Police, which before now said that officers shall not assist ICE with arrest or transport of individuals solely based on ICE warrants for detainers. Chief Smith's new policy is reversing that order. We've got a city here that's listening closely to this president and trying to keep him happy. Is this a good idea?
Yeah, I don't think that the police chief has any choice really. Given the situation that DC is in, the way that Congress passed this law in the early 1970s gives President Trump the legal right to do this. And so I think the police chief is right. You've got to partner with the feds. And so in this specific case, it's not shocking. What is going to be, I think, particularly concerning is, to your point, if he spreads it out to other cities, because this notion of federalizing our cities is something that makes most Americans very, very uncomfortable. Going right back to the Revolutionary War and the Third Amendment, which says no quartering of soldiers and homes, we have a sense that we should have freedom from the federal government in particular, and Donald Trump is going directly in opposition to that.
They just let reporters into the Oval Office. So
Nå skal Trump prate.
I think that it's probably going to be consistent, although it's a little bit. But he's been trying to lower expectations to the point where he even indicates that what's the outcome coming home. So I think we'll continue to hear that from him today. He has been echoing something in terms of Europe is giving what's happening. And yet at the same time, the administration sounded bashful about I think he'll probably touch on one, which is, he loves to negotiate with himself before these big events. And he never seems to feel obliged to implement anything. So he really has a different negotiating style that we constantly have to learn from. And I think we'll see that in full display today.
Well, let's find out. The president just started talking. He's flanked by SSA Commissioner Frank Bissett.
Nå prater han.
Social Security, but they will get to questions. And a lot of the topics we've been discussing right here on Balance of Power. The Oval Office now live.
Nå prater han live. Trump.
Frank Bisignano, who in the world of business, in fact, I wrote some of the little things down, but sounded amazing. He was Chief Operating Officer of JP Morgan Chase. He worked for Jamie Dimon. And Jamie Dimon said that it was amazing. So think of that chief operating officer, JP Morgan Chase, had a storied career. Then he went to First Data. For those in the business, you know it's the largest payment company anywhere in the world. And they worked for Henry Kravis, and it was in big trouble. He took it over as CEO. He made it incredible. They merged with Fiserv, and he became CEO of that, and that became extremely successful. I was in Milwaukee, I was there at the Milwaukee Arena, and where we had some good success, some good speeches. But he's a very legendary guy, and he wanted to do it. He just wanted to straight down Social Security because he loved it. And what he's done in a few months is amazing. Almost 60 million American seniors rely on Social Security for peace of mind and a life of dignity and retirement. These Americans paid into the system, and they deserve leaders in Washington who are going to protect the benefits they have and protect Social Security. Under Biden, Social Security went down like nobody's ever seen it, deteriorated. There's never been anything like it. The 4 years of Biden were very, very destructive. It couldn't have gone on much longer. Social Security was going to be destroyed. It was being destroyed. The average call wait time reached an all-time high of more than 42 minutes. Field office wait times were at 32 minutes, which is unheard of, and the disability claims backlog was the longest ever in recorded history. In other words, it was run just like the country was run. It was run really badly. But I'm pleased to report that under our leadership, and Frank in particular, the changes he's made and what he's done is sort of a miracle. Sort of like what happened with the country as a whole. Field office wait times are now down 30% since last year, and it looks like it's going to a total record number. The record was set in a long time ago when the world was a lot different place. We're gonna beat that record. Call wait times are down 73% while serving twice as many customers per day. The disability claims backlog is down 26%, and seniors now have 24/7 online access to their accounts, which they never had before, whereas under Biden, the website was down 29 hours a week for maintenance purposes. It was essentially not open very much. They were always maintaining it, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing. They had a person running that had no idea what they were doing. Among my very first acts was to order all government employees to return to the office or be removed from the job, which means our Social Security offices are now open for full business hours, 5 days a week. So unlike being shut down all the time, we're open at record levels also. We're making it really great for the people that want and demand Social Security, and they made it to the system. They deserve it. Last month, I signed one big, beautiful bill and allowed no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, okay? So how's that? Not bad, right? No tax on Social Security for our seniors. And to protect our benefits, we've already kicked nearly 275,000 illegal aliens off of the Social Security system. These are people, many of them have already left the country, and yet we were sending them checks all the time. And 275,000, and that number's not even larger than that. It's unbelievable job. And what that's doing is making the system strong. It's making it strong. Biden never kicked anybody off. Everybody joined. And we're carrying out historic deportations to remove many more illegals committing Social Security fraud. It's Social Security fraud that was taking place at levels nobody's ever seen. We cleared 12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database over 120 years of age. Think of that. So we had 12.4 million names. Is that right? That's a statement. I have a feeling, Dan, it's not really really didn't happen, did it? So you have 12.4 million names listed.
President Trump is reading from behind the president's desk here about Social Security and some prepared remarks, I guess, from the Oval Office just a day before his meeting in Alaska with Vladimir Putin. As he goes through this update on Social Security, we'll get back to the president when they get to questions and answers, presumably, about the meeting tomorrow, about the law enforcement efforts, the federal law enforcement efforts today on the streets of Washington, D.C., and so many of the other stories that we're looking to update here. So stay with us on Bloomberg as we reassemble our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis have been listening along. Jeannie, is this a strategy? You know, we're waiting for some pre-game posturing here ahead of Alaska tomorrow, but is the whole point Donald Trump showing that he's not worried about it?
Yeah, I think it could be. I also wonder, Joe, if this is some type of effort to clean up after Scott Bessent's remarks not that long ago about privatizing Social Security, which of course is really, really wildly unpopular with so many Americans, and Donald Trump knows that. And I also think, to your point, you know, if he doesn't come out in a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin tomorrow, he cannot be accused of having not spoken to the press about it. So I think it does make sense for him to come out today and you know, make sure that people's expectations regarding tomorrow are not quite too high, because of course he himself has said even early today that there's about a 25% chance of failure. I think if what he's after is an agreement, I would say there's about a 99% chance of failure, but that's me, he's at 25%.
Yeah. Rick, what do you think of this? Is part of the strategy to show a relaxed president, not worried about sitting down with Vladimir Putin, in fact, occupied with other issues like domestic issues, Social Security, and so forth?
Yeah, look, I mean, number one, I do think they're playing a little bit of damage control on this issue of Social Security. You know, it came out in June that the old age and survivor benefits run out in 2033, I believe. And that sent a shockwave through a lot of constituents that, especially older Americans, who want to be sure that their Social Security will be there in the future. If nothing is done on Social Security between now and then, those benefits will be reduced by about 20%. Nobody wants to be the president when that happens, so it's not that far off. And then in addition to that, you had really bad debt news. The federal deficit hit a all-time high, I think $34 trillion, quicker than anybody thought it was going to. Of course, a lot of that dates back to the pandemic era, when a lot of heavy spending was done there and it's accumulated. But these are two bad news items for Donald Trump, both of which nothing positive happened in this latest congressional round of reconciliation. Donald Trump says hands off of Social Security. Not sure that's a good option for him for the next 3 years. And even though Republican rhetoric about wanting to reduce the deficit, you know, was everywhere, nothing actually occurred. If anything, the deficit's now been increased over the next 10 years by $4 trillion. So at the end of the day, he does have some exposure on these issues domestically, and it's a smart move to get out there and get ahead of it a little bit. But two, I agree. I mean, like, business goes on. This is not all about Vladimir Putin all day at the White House, and that's a good signal.
Really interesting. Judy Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors in our great panel today. Many thanks to you guys, as always. We'll, of course, bring you to the Oval Office of the President, as I mentioned, starts taking questions here. He has been making a couple of remarks, kind of side remarks, as he's talking Social Security here and generating a couple of headlines on the terminal. As the president says, 401ks, stock market are soaring, recalling that following his Liberation Day and the immediate swoon that we saw in the markets, he wasn't talking about Wall Street. In fact, said he wasn't consumed with the markets at all. Hardly any inflation at all, the president said. Inflation, quote, is down to a perfect number, and that follows news today on producer prices, wholesale inflation warming up more than expected, to the point where a lot of folks are wondering if this is about to fall on consumers. And as we wait for the president to start taking questions, it's a great pleasure to talk to Betsy Stevenson, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, former member of the Council of Economic Advisors, former chief economist at the U.S. Department of Labor. Betsy, welcome back. I'm loath to start a conversation with you when I'm about to go to the Oval Office, so I mean that in the best way. I don't want to interrupt you when the president speaks, but we will go back to the White House when he starts here. Donald Trump says inflation is at a perfect number. Do you agree?
Well, I think that no, I do not agree with Donald
wanted a perfect number. We want to see inflation down to about 2%. And what today's PPI print showed us was that, everything we've been saying about how tariffs can cause rising prices is true. It's tricky because what's happening is the tariffs lead to higher prices for businesses that then have to decide how much they can absorb, and not just how much they can absorb right now, but for how long they can absorb it and what to pass along to who. And so what we saw here was some pass along that has happened among producers. And the question will be, when does this pass along start to happen to consumers? It was always a pipe dream that tariffs wouldn't cause inflation. I think the most important thing to realize is tariffs will cause higher prices, but they don't have to cause ongoing inflation. So we get a jump up in prices. And the Fed has to figure out whether people can look through the increase in prices and realize, okay, we're going to move to a new equilibrium where everything's a bit more expensive and then stay there. Or will they start to get worried about ongoing inflation because people's inflation expectations have not been quite as well anchored in the post-COVID inflation era?
Well, when you combine some of the comments that we've heard from companies this earnings reporting season, Betsy, it sure makes you wonder, though, that something is coming. When you put that, when you put that composite together, tell us about where we'll be, say, in the fall or winter.
This is just, our bread and butter economics that you learn in an intro econ class, which is, if the input costs go up, if you're a business, you might sell less, or at least their willingness to spend is declining because of fear of rising unemployment or fewer job opportunities. That makes things even more complicated because you've got consumers willingness to pay has gone down, and you have to navigate how much to pass on in that environment. It's not going to be static. It's something that is, every business out there is trying to live and learn, adjust their prices a little bit, see what happens, figure out how long they can hang on without raising their prices. The one thing I think I will say for certain is companies don't like Procter & Gamble to announce an increase of prices and then say 6 months later, we're just kidding. Tariffs are gone. We didn't need that price increase. Sorry, we did that to you. It costs them too much in terms of loyalty. So companies are slow to pass along price increases. And I think we all need to keep that in mind.
Well, and it's something that we're going to be watching, obviously, here. We're watching it with every data point, Betsy. But how would you respond to the Peter Navarros of the world who say, no, you're wrong. Wages will keep up because of growth, that growth is the answer to all of this. And we heard that in the first term as well. In fact, they frequently point back to the first term as evidence to say you're not painting the complete picture here. You're going to see wages skyrocket because of reshoring. You're going to have growth that helps us get beyond higher prices. Bring me back to Econ 101 and the response to
Hey, that's a great question. So first we have to ask, where does economic growth come from? Economic growth basically comes from being more productive. So if we can produce more using the same amount of resources, we have economic growth. And one of the things that's true about tariffs is they lead us in the opposite direction. Because what they do is they put a wedge between choosing what's optimal in terms of producing things at the lowest cost, and what we end up doing, because now there's this wedge. The tariff might make it better to produce iPhones in the United States, even though they're very, very expensive to produce in the United States. So we go about doing that. We're going to have very, very expensive iPhones. That's not going to lead to economic growth because phones are going to be more expensive. There's going to be something else we're not doing with our resources, which might have been something we were producing for export that we were actually quite good at doing. So I think this question is, they say economic growth, but you have to actually say where the economic growth is coming from. Now, one thing they are telling us is, that one big beautiful bill had a bunch of incentives in there to try to get, increase maybe capital investment, invest in research and new ideas. So they're hoping that that spurs some growth. I don't know that there's a lot of evidence that the problem businesses had was that, they didn't have, strong enough tax write-offs to be able to do new ventures. So I'm not convinced we're gonna see a lot of economic growth out of that. And then there's something else, which is one of the things that's gonna hurt economic growth, besides the tariffs, which will hurt economic growth, is growing government.
Kan hun holde kjeft? Jeg vil høre Donald Trump.
If you're a saver, should you loan your money to the government?
Helvetes jævla dåse, ass.
Message in the world, Social Security, you know, you bought it all 4 or 5 years ago, but not anymore. And he's got it turned around so well. The proclamation helps, all of the things we've done help. And he's finding such tremendous fraud where we have illegal aliens. We have people that don't even exist on Social Security. And what it does, it makes it totally secure and powerful for people that are on it and need it.
Standards and in federal line of claim that you're trying to cut Social Security, but despite the repeated promises to protect it, why do you think they keep pushing this misinformation and literally terrorizing the elderly in America that sadly keep watching?
I love your question. I should have gone to you almost first, but I love these questions almost. But it's such a good question. It's so vicious what they do. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City. And she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, she destroys people. You know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest, banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business. She put them out of business. Stone Cold Maine, banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others. And she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is, Bernie Sanders, I don't mind him so much. He's just a liberal guy, very liberal guy, wacky guy. He's still sharp. I gotta tell you, he was 86 or 87 or something. He's still sharp. You compare that to Joe Biden. It's, sort of what happened. So I don't mind Bernie Sanders. With him, you know what you get. You're getting a guy, he's a nasty guy, but he's somebody that, ball, but he's able to throw the ball pretty well. He's okay. I watched him the other day. He was totally on the opposite side of things. I will say this, the biggest issue right now, and an issue that's really taken hold, is crime, stopping crime in the cities, and the Democrats are fighting the stopping of crime. So I think that's like men playing in women's sports is okay. Transgender for everybody. But this is a bigger issue. This is the biggest of all issues. Crime is rampant in D.C. It's rampant in our generally blue-run cities, and they've got to do something about it. They're never going to win another election. And instead of calling me a dictator, they like to say it's a dictator. Well, I had calls from many, many friends, including Democrats, a lot of Democrat friends, but they're normal people. And they were thanking me so much for what I'm doing in D.C. They feel so safe already. And at the border, we had 0 people come in, and this is done by a liberal group. They're the people that do it. I have nothing to do with it. 0 people in 3 months. We had 0, 0, 0 in 3 months. And last year we had millions of people pouring in from all countries, from jails, from drug addicts, gang members, drug dealers by the thousands and thousands. 11,888 murders, half of whom committed more than one murder. They flown into our country, And for the last 3 months, we had none. And I didn't get, remember when Joe Biden used to always go, I need legislation, I had no legislation. I just said, we're closing the borders. The whole world understood it because they respect your country again. They really respect this country again. They didn't respect it. When he said it didn't mean anything. But now they know it meant a lot. And Mexico does what we tell them to do. Canada does what we tell them to do. Between the two borders, the northern border, southern border, and they were both horrible. But now it's, people say it's a miracle. Well, what Frank has done with Social Security also is something. But what we're doing with crime, which will be your next question, I guess, is because everyone's people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in DC, you are petrified to go out. You're liberal, you're liberal, you're gonna have to change, you're Democrats, you're gonna have to change your ways. So we will have crime under control very shortly in DC, but the record numbers, and sadly, what I guess the mayor did, but whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been, and we will have it just like we did at the border, where the borders are totally in great shape right now. The best ever record-setting shape. We'll have the crime situation solved in DC very soon. And we're also going to beautify the city. We have a beautiful city, but you can't have graffiti, and you can't have roads with potholes, and you can't have the medians, the dividers in the roads falling down on the street. We're going to be beautifying the city, making it really beautiful. Well, we're going to be getting the criminals the hell out of here. We don't want the criminals in Washington, D.C.
Are you prepared to offer incentivize people?
We're going to see what happens with it. It's going to be, I think, very important for Russia. It's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives. Look, we have, we're not paying any money, as you know, to Ukraine. We're supplying equipment. We're being paid 100% plus for that equipment by NATO. I got NATO up from 2% to 5% GDP. They now have billions of dollars. NATO is a very rich group of countries. And we make the best military equipment anywhere in the world by far. 100% for the equipment, 100%. In fact, it was about $2 billion. Another percent recently for $1 billion. So we're not spending any money anymore. But we get $50 billion for. And if you look, and by the way, we also signed a railroad deal where we years of railroad to get our money back, the money we spent. But what I'm really doing this for is to save thousands of soldiers a week. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers, and you have missiles dropped into various cities and towns in Ukraine. And they're losing last week they lost 7,251 people, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. I'm doing it for that reason. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. Meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself. Maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders on, maybe not. It's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And, I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along.
Da er det snart før Trump.
Great, solve 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now. And I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult. We had one war raging, as you know, for 37 years. One in the Congo was Rwanda. It was raging for 31 years. We solved 6 of them. Made peace, not just solved. Made peace. If you look at Pakistan and India, planes were being knocked out of the air. 6 or 7 planes came down. They were ready to go. Maybe nuclear, if we solved that. I thought this would be maybe an easier one. It never made sense, this war. Would have never happened when I was president. This war would have never happened. But millions of people have been killed. And I'm there for one reason, to see if I can solve. This was Biden's war. This isn't my war. I want to see if I can stop the killing. Yeah. We have great rare earth we made that as payment for all of the money that we spent so foolishly in Ukraine. We spent $350 billion. Now Europe spent $1 billion. That's a lot of money. They spent $100 billion. That's a lot of money. But we should be spending a lot more money than that. And they understand that. I think that's maybe why we're not spending money anymore. We're not spending any money. They're paying us for everything. So it's pretty, it's people are shocked. They don't even understand. They don't even understand. But we're not spending money, but we are spending a lot of time trying to get the war solved. If we can get the war solved. As far as remember, that's very important, though. I'm trying to save lives. It's another reason why the Democrats lost the election in the landslide. It's just kind of, I think they'd be much better off saying, we want to help President Trump with the crime. And we want to help President Trump with the crime as opposed to, he's a dictator, he's a dictator. People are so happy to see our military going into DC and getting these thugs out. You know, we arrested a lot of people yesterday. We arrested a lot of people today. We're getting people that have arrest records that you wouldn't believe. 28 arrests, 15 arrests. Brutal, brutal people. And we're going to have to do something about this cashless spending. Because people shoot somebody, they kill somebody, and they're out on the street in less than an hour. Now, that's when it's all started in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. You take a look. If we didn't go to Los Angeles to help this incompetent governor and a mayor that doesn't know what the hell she's doing, if we didn't go to Los Angeles, you wouldn't have a big part of it burned down. The other part of it would have burned down too. You would have not had. I don't think you would have been able to have the Olympics. We have the Olympics. I have a lot at stake with that because I'm the one that got the Olympics. I got it in my first term, and I didn't. I was sad because I got it for what would be my third term. Okay, it would turn out to be the second term. And the Olympics, it's a great honor, but I felt badly because I said I won't be president. When the Olympics go well, through circumstance, I am president. I want to make sure the Olympics is great, the World Cup is great, and the 250, maybe the most important of all is the 250-year celebration is great. So what's happening is we will work very hard. You would not have had, I don't believe that if I didn't send in the troops, I don't think you would have had Los Angeles in condition to have the Olympics. I think you would have had to tell them, I'm sorry, someplace else. And if you look at the police commissioner, sheriff, he said, we really needed that. Thank God they were here. We really needed it. That was the first 2 or 3 days after we solved the problems. Then he said, well, I think we could have maybe done it. No, he was told what to say. He said, you go back to your files and see what he said. He said, thank goodness they came. If I didn't go and put our military there, National Guard in that case, and we'll go military, but the National Guard were there, were very effective. If we didn't do that, I don't think you would have had the Olympics in Los Angeles. The place would be just like the 25,000 houses that were in there. Where, by the way, the governor are focused on getting their permits. You know, the federal permits are given. Those are the hard ones, and they were given a long time ago. People can't rebuild the house because they can't get permits from the state and the city. And they don't focus on that. It's very upsetting. I went there right after the fires. I walked the streets and I met a lot of great people that want to rebuild their homes. We took care of it from the federal standpoint, but they're not taking care of it from the city standpoint, the mayor and the governor. They're not getting their permits. They can't build their houses.
Do you think this summit and the incentives for peace you are putting on the table could end up rewarding Putin for his invasion of Ukraine? And what kind of signal do you think that could potentially send?
No, I don't think it's a reward. I think that what we have is a situation that should never have started. Should never start. It didn't start under me, and for 4 years it wasn't even discussed. And I could see it was going to happen. I could see what was happening. Everything that we did was wrong. Everything that was done was wrong. Everybody's to blame. Putin's to blame. we're all to blame. This is a war that would have never happened.
Mr. President, earlier today, the Washington DC Police Chief issued an executive order allowing Metropolitan Police officers conducting traffic stops to notify federal immigration and customs enforcement about undocumented immigrants they encounter. Yet the city has a long-standing pro-immigration policy, including allowing non-citizens to vote in local
Which is
elections
ridiculous.
and limiting cooperation with federal immigration agencies. Did your administration pressure the DC Police Chief to review and repeal these policies? And will you require other cities to roll back similar policies to avoid possible federal takeover?
So what you're saying is that it was a very positive thing. They stop people, they find their illegal, they report them, they give them justice, etc. That's a very positive thing. I have heard that, and it just happened. That's a great step. That's a great step. If they're doing that. Yeah, I think it's going to happen all over the country. We want to stop. I think that the Democrats aren't strong in this issue. They won't be able to. I think this is a bigger issue than all of the other ridiculous things. Open borders, well, open borders is bad. Open borders